Hello! Hello and welcome to the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? So I'm going to start off right away saying the end of the doldrums is here because of this roadmap roundup. Roadmap roundups are becoming more exciting than the monthly reports are, simply because they tend to point direction for more immediate changes in the Star Citizen game. We're going to have a discussion about that because I have heard people, I've had this conversation on my Discord and a couple of other people, which is generally that, like, there's this feeling, which I think is legitimate, but it's a good one to acknowledge, which is that CIG cannot afford another 4.8 or 4.9. Like 4.10 needs to be relatively stable compared to the 4.8 and 4.9, and 4.11 cannot release broken. But that being said, the shortest thing to explain right now is Genesis is coming in 4.11. So it's coming in September. Tentatively, it could move, it could be shifted. But based off of what they've said in the past, this has been their goal for a long time, so it's not likely going to miss. Especially with the developers who are working on it hopping onto streams of like 10 Pound 42 and Mike and that kind of stuff talking about it. Hey, Pale Horse. So it was fun. For those who missed it, some of the devs who were on the stream for Star Citizen Live last week were live earlier today. They might be still streaming today, right now, playing Siege Morrison together on the PTU. And it was fun to hear their banter and them talking on more personal level. It was funny because I was on their chat and I was talking to Detox there, and we were chatting, hanging out, and Elliot was one of those who was streaming, and like said something to the effect of, what does Paul Shelley know, or what does the Astropub know? And everyone in chat was like, lore. And who was it? I always forget his real name, but he goes on Twitch as Younger Games. He's I think the weather person who's working on the weather. Was it Max? Max was like, wait, you're the lore guy? And Elliot was like, how the fuck do you not know Paul's the lore guy? I watch his videos when I'm cooking. Is the only reason why I know so much I do about the Hurstons. And made me go, Kachu Kawaku, fucking Kachu in 4K. But I will say, for those who don't know me well, I am a huge, and I mean massive, Kastak Arms simp. Like I am as simpy for Kastak Arms as I am for Drake Interplanetary. Their lore and personality is immaculate. It's wonderful. And I had an argument with somebody on Discord earlier because like, well, their guns don't make any goddamn sense. It's like, yes, which is why I like them. Their guns make no goddamn sense. They're the epitome of sci-fi gun, of gun work. Why? Gun work. Yes, you know me.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Riff just got a sub from Citizen_Wake. Citizen_Wake gifted a tier 1 sub to Riff.
Thank you for giving that sub to Riff. You're both very important puppets, very impressive training pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. $950 years in the future, guns better not make it and make sense. Well, the thing is I got to redo my my Kastak Arms video because I got to put a lot more context to it so it can explain, and I'll explain each gun and all that kind of stuff. In fact, that's where I should probably talk with the person I've been not talking to for the last couple of months because I just forgot that I was going to be working on a video, and then talk with them and have them do stuff for me, because it makes more sense, I think, now to like just do individual manufacturers and then just do collabs with them. My only issue with the new Kastak is that it looks too small on the roadmap for a Kastak LMG. Well, I think it's just it lacks scale. We don't really know how big it is. It's probably fairly long. It looks like it's got a pretty small magazine, but I'm also assuming that that LMG is a plasma SMG or LMG, because we already have a laser SMG or an energy weapon SMG. We have a ballistic LMG, but we don't have a plasma LMG. So, and the people who make plasma weapons is Kastak. Because the Karna, it's basically an LMG version of the Karna, is what it looks like. So that's kind of what they look like. But I'm gonna give you a very, very small tip in terms of like just the tip of Kastak, because I got to do this video again. But Kastak Arms is named after the capital city of not Selene, what is it? Of Selene? Is that it? Look it up real quick. Cyrene. So the capital city of Cyrene was Kastak. Cyrene was the main planet of the Virgil system. Kastak Arms was founded in Vega as a oh shit situation. So Virgil fell in let me see if exactly when. Follow Virgil. 2732. January 2nd, 2737. Oh, that's weird. 27. This says 2732 here. Go to the Galactopedia, follow Virgil. It's got the references here at the very least. Yeah, 2737. So we're talking towards the end of the Messer era. So Virgil is invaded. It is the thing about Virgil is that Tiber was this long battle that took place over, I think, multiple years between the Vanduul and humanity, battling it out for Tiber. And for the longest time, humanity had a back and forth and was kind of gaining ground and losing ground. But eventually, we lose Tiber. In the process of fighting in Tiber, we use scorched earth tactics, denial of assets. So by that time, humanity had known that the way that the Vanduul operate is they land harvesters up and they churn the whole planets up and kind of consume them for resources. So a smart admiral, I forget his name, but he was put in charge of the defense, and he realizes right away, we have to deny them from getting assets. So they effectively nuke all of the landing sites where the Vanduul are. And anywhere the Vanduul try to make landfall, they don't nuke, they hit it with an antimatter bomb, but they hit antimatter weaponry anywhere where the Vanduul try to make landfall to try to deny their ability to gather resources. The Vanduul fucking remembered that, because when Tiber fell and they had to fall back into Virgil, they fell back into Virgil with very few troops, and the Vanduul followed them. The Vanduul hadn't followed human forces before through jump points. They usually stayed and they harvested. But instead of dropping down harvesters immediately, the Vanduul attacked the capital of Cyrene by terror bombing all of the cities on the planet. So it was sort of revenge bombing for what humanity had did to their landing forces in Tiber. So it was a particularly brutal battle. In fact, there's a image that we haven't seen. I gotta hire an artist to make this if I can, but it's been described in lore, where during the fall of Kastak, there was a picture that was taken of of a sign that was used for tracking exports. It was like a small little commercial sign talked about like, hey, this is what we exports, and it said Kastak exports, and it scratched out in blood all of the exports, and in blood was written death, and it was taking a picture of, in the background was the burning city of Kastak. So just to say that the fall of Virgil really fucked up humanity, because it was one of the older systems of humanity. It's how we get Virgil LTD. It's how we get the Titan suits, the combat Titan suits. They're built specifically as anti-Vandal weapons by the refugees from Virgil who then fled to Vega to rebuild. I'm ecstatic. So the Chamber of Commerce and the government of Virgil, of Vega 2, I think, or Vega 3, basically went, we're fucked. We need to ask for support. So they called for aid from the Messer government. The problem is that right around that time was when the Messer Civil War was going on between the two sides of the Messer family, and so they didn't send anyone to help. So the people of Vega were like, we're on our fucking own, and there's a giant angry Vandal fleet that could come in at any time. We need a plan. So their plan was to create a weapons manufacturing plant with a company designed specifically to make cheap weapons for militia defense. But not just the cheap weapons which could kill a Vandal. That was called Kastak Arms, named after the fallen city of Virgil. Where are my Squad 2 prequel games, Chris? I want to fight Tiber and Virgil. Well, that's the thing. The Black Crows, Squadron 214, the best squadron in the Navy, were famous for getting more people out of Virgil during the Vandal flights. They flew in basically suicide missions to clear the path for transports to land on the burning city, on the burning planet of Cyrene, and evacuate more troops. And without them flying suicidal runs into Vandal patrols, millions of civilians would have died. And in fact, we know a ship that specifically fought in, they fought in a different one. I thought it was Virgil. They fought in a different one. I was thinking about the Warhammer, because Warhammer wouldn't have been built yet. They were starting to build them by that point. So yeah, it's really cool. I would love to see small prequel missions, 3 to 4 mission chains, episode mission chains of stories from the fall of Virgil, the fall of Caliban, the fall of Tiber, that kind of thing. So Kastak Arms was a government mandated weapons manufacturer. They still sold to the general public, but the idea was to build and design weapons that could take down Vandal, and they could build them cheap and make it widely available to everyone. So their mandate was make weapons, make tough, strong weapons that can take down a charging Vandal and make them widely available for everyone to use. Well, when you do that and you give people a lot of incentive to make money, they take it and run with it, because Kastak Arms quickly became one of the more popular manufacturers, because not only did they start making weapons, they also started making armor and other things. The LMG that we have, or the HMG that we have that's part of the super heavy armor, that is in fact a Kastak Arms weapon. Same with the backpack. Which again, given the context of this was anti-Vandal weaponry, kind of makes sense if you want to build a backpack-based machine gun that you could fire with heavy armor. I'm doing good there. Good, how you doing, bud? I'm just spurging over Kastak because it's my favorite manufacturer. So I wanted to give some context before we go into the big stuff. The thing is that Kastak got a little too greedy. The people who ran Kastak realized, because they're a private company, they're owned by the government, but they have a CEO and that kind of stuff. They realized that whenever there was a Vandal threat, their sales would spike. So they started manufacturing Vanduul threats. They would fly out to the early warning systems between the Virgil and Vega jump points and sabotage the jump point, the early warning systems. So by the time the UEE would show up, they'd be like, well, someone sabotaged these early warning systems. That's what the Vanduul do before raiding. Then suddenly Kastak sales would spike and their stock would rise. So it's like openly corrupt. Eventually, yeah, we're going to talk about those, Widget. We're going to talk about those. It's. I'm glad that 10 pound 42 got some dev time there. Yeah, I'm learning while lurking. That's good. So this was eventually discovered. They got found out and caught. And almost immediately the government is like, fuck, we own these assholes. So now it looks like the government is manufacturing threats and issuing warnings and that kind of stuff based off of stuff that we did to ourselves. So they were going to dissolve Kastak Arms until one person stepped forward and purchased it so it could go private. Basically said, we'll take it off your hands. So Kastak went from being a public company to being a private company. And they went fucking mad. Basically, all of the same culture of profit, line go up, perfect hyper-capitalist douchebaggery was like their motto. Now, how do you do that? Well, by any means necessary. And their favorite thing to do was to make gigantic spectacles that highlighted their weapons. One of my favorite examples of this, it's in the intro to the lore, is they do these wild commercials which are absolutely like crazy and borderline offensive, but also nuts. It was called the Defend Your Empire advertisement campaign. The fact that CIG hasn't made it yet is a crime against nature. I'm going to paint the picture. A family of four, a mother, a father, a son, and a daughter are sitting at a table. They're chuckling and laughing. They're eating dinner. Suddenly, there's some violence outside, and the house pulls apart, and there's fire all around them, and Vanduul are surrounding them. The children gather around their parents' legs, and their parents freak out. And then when things look bad, they pull out Kastak Arms weapons from behind them, including the children, and they just start blasting away at the Vanduul, who get mowed down by these gigantic weapons. And then the family poses like action heroes with a text that flies in from behind and says, "Kastak Arms, defend your empire." Oh yeah, Helldiver's 2 cinematic levels of marketing is fucking brilliant, absolute, love it. The other one they got in trouble with, this is before the attack on Vega, was they would often, for their advertisement, they would hire models and maybe some adult models, as it were, and they would have them pose in very, very revealing outfits with their guns, and they would put captions on them. One of the captions that became controversial was this famous supermodel, swimsuit model, wearing almost nothing in a white void, holding a Ravager. And the text on the ad said, "There's a reason the Vanduul haven't attacked Vega." As the founding fathers intended, exactly. Oh, it gets even better. They have the Hurston level of douchebaggery, but with the most non-Hurston attitude I have ever seen. Is Kastak known for weapon innovation? Plasma-based weapons seem very high-tech compared to normal outfits and what normal people would purchase, similar to Volt. Well, that's the thing. Plasma weapons aren't, they're not favored by humans, but they're favored by the Vanduul. The Vanduul's lance is a plasma lance. So, We don't know how they got access to plasma weapons, but they're the only ones who make plasma weapons that are like man-portable. They are famous for selling insanely cheap weapons. And they get in trouble because their weapons are always found in the hands of outlaws. Outlaws love Kastak Arms weapons because they're cheap and you can find them everywhere because they were made by the millions to defend against the Vandal. That was their mandate, was to just make cheap weapons. So they made fuck tons of weapons, so they're everywhere, same with their armor. And they would actively advertise their weapons and armor specifically in neighborhoods that were crime-ridden. They would find the most crime-ridden, most dangerous cities and neighborhoods in the UEE and actively advertise their wares there. They to the point where they got called before the Senate. And the Senate was like, why are you doing this? And the CEO of Kastak Arms stood up and basically said, oh, I'm sorry. I thought we believed in freedom. I thought we believed in personal defense. Are you against freedom, Senator? Do you not want to protect your family? This is dangerous places. They'd be like, well, yeah, but you're selling guns to anyone who asks, including the criminals. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we not allowed to, for personal defense? Are we going to have to start using background checks now? I thought we wanted, like, straight up flipped off, the double finger flipped off the Senate. The scene in the second Iron Man movie, where he's like, I privatized world peace, and walks out. That was Kastak Arms, the CEO. And I'm like, oh my God, this man, he knowingly is selling to criminals and to the people who are fighting against the criminals at the same time. And he doesn't give a fuck. Like, bless this man. Bless this man. It got to the point where Kastak Arms were used in so many different crimes in, I think it was, not Fuego. What's the name of it? Pharaon, in the Pharaon. Asura. Got Asura, what was the name of the city? Tram. So Tram is basically Space Detroit. It was a huge manufacturing hub, but then fell off because maybe, almost certainly, Hurston Dynamics poisoned their water supply intentionally through neglect. But almost all of the criminals in Tram used Kastak Arms weapons. And so when this press got out, Kastak Arms came out, did a press conference, and said they were going to donate to make sure that the police department of Tram had entirely Kastak Arms weapons and armor. They donated it for free to the police force of Tram. Like, that is their motto, which is basically just like, they're gonna have to buy our ammo and weapon cleaning kits. I don't give a fuck. Sale's a sale. Let me see if I can find the quote. I want to read the quote directly. At one point, they were being one of the latest CEOs was being interviewed specifically about these contradictions, and find it. I'm gonna find the quote. Oh, so this is another great quote about them. This is from the Kastak Arms CEO, Thaddeus DeWitt. His name is Thaddeus DeWitt. And come on. I say some. I gotta use my southern accent, my attempt at a Charleston accent for this one. We don't care about being subtle. We care about being effective. That's a direct quote from Thaddeus DeWitt, the current CEO of Kastak Arms. So, So let me read the quick. Kastak Arms makes inexpensive energy weapons with intimidating names like Devastator and Firestorm and aggressively markets them to distressed parts of the Empire. Even though the company portrays itself as providing weapons for personal defense, the brand has become more readily identified with people who use them for aggressive, unlawful purposes. Quote, "Let there be no mistake," Thaddeus DeWalt continued in his speech to shareholders. "We make guns, like countless other manufacturers in this empire. But we get criticized because our ads are honest about owning a weapon. Having one is about more than protection. It's also about power." $1 billion to Kastak. Another $1 billion to the Kastak. Like, let me buy their stock. That's what I mean. It's Foghorn Leghorn. I can't do a Foghorn Leghorn though. I love that quote. This is another one in an interview. Hiram Larcher bluntly said in an interview, one of the earlier CEOs, "These people need affordable guns. Look how much crime and violence they have to deal with. You know how dangerous it would be for them to go unarmed?" Straight up, they would. Kastak Arms would be the people who say a polite society is an armed society. Let me see if I can. I'll pull up the quote. I love this. Okay. I'm going to pause this. You can listen to it. From Chris Roberts produced Lord of War. Here we go. You can listen to it, but I don't want you to. Well, we'll pull it up on the screen. It'll get copyright struck anyways. But Chris, don't copyright strike me. This is one of my favorite quotes. This is basically Kastak Arms' like motto right here.
There are over 550 million firearms in worldwide circulation. That's one firearm for every 12 people on the planet. The only question is, how do we arm the other 11?
Kastak Arms. Defend your empire. Man, if you could get if CIG could get Nicolas Cage in the game, I would love for him to be Thaddeus DeWitt. I think he would do a great Thaddeus DeWitt. He's got a pretty good Southern accent. He could rock it. That is Kastak Arms. And the best part, my favorite story about Kastak Arms is that they fall ass backwards into being heroes. Like, not even kidding, they accidentally became freedom fighters. Like, they accidentally Antifa'd. I love the implication of the statement that while he smokes a cigarette, the other ones are trying to earn those 11. During the fall of the Messers, there was a lot of messy aftermath that had happened. And while it's never explicitly stated, we do know that in the early 29th century, that Locke, Idris IV, was still under the control of a dictator. So I am assuming, because it's probably in the early 2800s, so about a decade after the fall of Messers, less than a decade, probably like a couple of years. And they may change this a little bit. Hey, cybersecurity nerd, dad nerd. That there was a leader. We know his name. Ariane Effendi, who probably refused to recognize the new UEE and was able to hold out because it's Idris IV. But there was an opposition leader who was trying to overthrow Effendi named Omar Astasio. And for whatever reason, the UEE could not, or either did or couldn't. We don't know. They weren't directly supporting the opposition leader. But Kastak Arms had no problem selling to the opposition leader. So Kastak Arms armed the entire rebellion against the messers of Locke, of Idris IV, and the revolutionaries won and overthrew their dictator. As a thank you, the leader, Omar Astasio, sent the new flag of Locke, personally delivered it to Kastak Arms headquarters, which now hangs in the lobby of Kastak HQ. On that flag is a Karna. They put a Karna on their flag because of how important it was to their independence and their liberation. So, like, yeah, it's the inspired by the AK. The Kastak Arms is Kalashnikov, is what it's supposed to be. But it's like Kalashnikov if Kalashnikov was born in Texas. Okay, actually, here we go. Here's the full story. Following the revolution, oh no, this is different. Following the revolution, Astasio sent the official flag of Locke's new government to Kastak Arms as a thank you. The flag was framed and has been displayed in the lobby of the company's corporate headquarters ever since. More recently, the company came to the aid of the Asura police after they went on strike. One of their complaints was about being outgunned by criminals. After hearing this, Kastak donated weapons to the force to upgrade their capabilities. Basically, they're really good at PR. They're really good at PR. The point being is that I just love them. They're so corrupt. They like horseshoe back to being good. Like, they're the only company that's like, yeah, we'll sell to you. We don't have any scruples. And it's like, congratulations, you've now liberated a country from, or an entire planet from dictatorial rule. It's like, didn't intend that, but all right, I'll take the win. They're so corrupt, they're good. I love that. It's just so fucking perfect because they just do not give a fuck who they sell to and actively like thumb their nose at anyone who tells them, well, aren't you scared of selling weapons to the bad guy? They're like, fuck you. What if it's a good person who needs to defend themselves from a bad person? That's why I will always forever be an eternal simp for Kastak Arms. They are, to their core, the perfect accidental good guys. The same thing said for Drake. They have very similar to Drake. They have very similar sort of positions. Though I would say Drake is far more. They position themselves less because they don't sell weapons. They're a little bit easier to sell as sort of like the frontier lifestyle. Like, hey, we're going to protect you, but this is also going to get you from point A to point B. It's a home. It's where you make your living. All that kind of stuff. Whereas Kastak is like, we sell weapons of death, but sometimes you need to shoot a motherfucker. All power emanates from the barrel of a gun. Yeah. And ever since I've learned about their lore, I've been like, I want Drake and Kastak to do a team up. I want them to do some sort of combo with each other. Because they're perfect for each other. Though also knowing how they are, they probably hate the shit out of each other. They probably would despise one another. Um, all right. You think we'll get redder in game? Eventually. Kastak and Grays would work, yeah. Oh, Hurst. I guarantee you Hurst and Kastak do not like each other. Assertion like anyone? They like themselves. They like the government. Imagine Kastak making anti-ship / vehicle weapons. You know how funny it would be? I mean, they kind of do. They make the HMG. Find it. The super heavy HMG is made by them. What is it called again? Let's see if we can find it. They also make the Custodian, which is another reason why I love the Custodian. Vendetta. I guess it's not on the stuff yet, so yeah. They make the Vendetta. So anyways, that's a long way of saying there are 2 Kastak weapons that are coming out. I'm going to pull them up. So this is the one that everyone's confused about. This is the Hellion. This is coming out in 411. Its description is that it's a plasma pistol. This is not a plasma pistol. This is not the plasma pistol from Halo. This is a snub-nosed grenade launcher. Effectively, you know those Kastak plasma grenades that we have that we can throw? This just pops them out. So you can fire the Kastak plasma grenades from this gun, and so it will give you a little bit more distance for it. So, but I don't think it actually has the grenades in it. I think it actually just, it has the plasma, the stuff that's inside the grenade, and you just fire it and just pops out. It's the Helldiver's grenade pistol effectively yet, but it's an area of denial weapon. So you can fire it at the ground of somebody and it will explode in that same sort of like... Does it leave a plasma puddle? Kind of. If you've thrown the grenade, the plasma grenade, into our Citizen, it'll leave like that. Is my guess. Is that it basically sets off this like pop, 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 pop electric kind of thing goes on. Question: does this one have a spawn base or station? Probably not, but CIG might put one in. You're talking about like an orbital station? We'll see. The other weapon is the Verdict. This is the Kastak Arms LMG. I believe this is plasma. It's basically like an LMG. It's an LMG version of the Karna. I know people are just like, it doesn't look big. It's like, I think it's long. I think it's longer than you think. Does that sound? Pop, 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 pop. I can't make the stuff, but there we go. Yes, I'm perfect. Yeah. So I'm thinking this is probably more like the you know those long guns in the long laser weapons in the original like Gen 1 clones. You know how they've had those like extremely long weapons? I think it's gonna be something like that. The long Karna, yeah. That's what I said last night. Pop, 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 pop. So both of those weapons are going to be in the game. It's yes. It's longer than you think. Oh yeah. People say it looks weird, and I think it's because it looks weird because it's there's no like banana for scale, as it were. There's no scaling. It's just on the ground. But you can tell by the housing and the way it's set up that this is exactly the way the Karna is. I think this back section is probably closer to what the Custodian has. So this pop out like little cushion stock is what comes with the Karna. Let's see if we can pull up the Karna and you can see the differences. Good picture of the Karna. We have other pictures of the Karna. Okay, here's a picture of the Karna for reference. So you can see it. Oh, it's the same stock. It's the exact same stock. Up to here, they've just added a little thing here. See the front? This has got a slightly longer one, but you also notice that this one sort of ends like here. This sort of extends out the barrel a little bit more. But like the back section is almost exactly the same. It looks like it's got a little bit more of a length than this one does. It's got a little bit higher. It's got a little something like a little tube there. But at the back, this back section is completely reused assets, including the bottom trigger guard area. It looks like they modified it a little bit to remove the space here, which makes sense. It's like the M203, I want to say, or M230 is basically just a light machine gun version of the M4. M203, okay. Similar kind of concept, at least. Leave it to Kastak Arms not to give me excuse not to carry a med gun. Listen, I'm going to be absolutely stupid. And when the Verdict comes out, if it's craftable in 411, I'm going to no life that to get to that crafted and then figure out how much it is. And make myself a verdict, a high quality verdict. I don't know if the was it the Hellion? If the Hellion is worth as much, but so yeah, that's the two things. We're gonna do a capsule on that one. Nyx 1's coming out. Now I'm a little concerned about Nyx 1. I'm gonna give you this very basic concern post, which is I would like CIG to kind of think about what they're doing when it comes to Starchitect on Nyx 1. One of the things that I'm sure they want to do is to populate the fuck out of it, because they're using Starchitect and they want to use Starchitect for its intended purpose. The only thing that I would caution CIG to do with that is that if you populate the shit out of Nyx 1, it will not leave it to be seen by the player base as a place you go build bases. And it will start to set up, though, this thing was just populated. Why is there gigantic, central hubs of cities in these locations? That is the one thing I'm concerned about, is that CIG will overpopulate. Now, if they restrain themselves and only put in the, small colonial bases, outposts, maybe central hubs, they said they're not reusing assets from Pyro. These are all new assets they're using specifically for Nyx 1. So I think that would be fine in the story that they want to tell. But I know CIG has this impulse of new tech go brrr, and they just fucking hammer that shit. But it's like, if you want to tell a narrative story that makes sense with the universe you've created, and B, also still use that new tech you want to do, you're gonna have to find somewhere between those. You either got to say, fuck it, this isn't canon, we're just gonna go crazy with it, and say, that's fine. I think most people would be like, okay, this is cool, this is for testing, we get it. Like they did with putting Levski in Stanton. They said, this is for testing, it's gonna move, and everyone's like, got it. If they did that, I think most people would understand. But CIG has been trying to do narrative posts, narrative push with Star Citizen, and also doing development at the same time. And it's like, you're gonna have to kind of wiggle a little bit of it. I mean, a cool idea would be to take some of the assets from Squadron 42 that we know that are terraformers that we've seen in some of the previews, and then just dot the fuck out of it. Like, the entire planet is just every few meters, probably not every few meters. You probably want to have a little bit of space compared to what we've seen in Squadron 42. But like, all the OM points are just to have a terraforming station on them, like an unused terraforming station. So you actually have like some space vistas that are like sort of remnants of the terraformation process. Because for those of you who don't know, terraforming is a very expensive production, and the terraforming stations are left when they're done. They're usually cannibalized by the colonists or by people coming by. They usually sell the stations for scrap afterwards because they can't actually use them again. So they have to build them specifically for the role that they're doing. So every planet has a unique terraforming station type, or like they build them specifically for specific jobs, and then they remove them afterwards. So having a bunch of like half salvaged or salvageable stations would be kind of cool. Yes, Nyx 1 will not have rivers. Aren't there capital ship city builders able to drop massive buildings fast in lore? I mean, not gameplay. That we don't know, but it wouldn't make any sense with the current story they're telling, because the current story they're telling is more about a land rush rather than a systemic colonization attempt. Because Nyx 1 is technically under the protection of the People's Alliance of Levski, or the People's Alliance, and not the UEE, it's technically their jurisdiction. The UEE is kind of went, we don't want to be here, but the Genesis terraforming company clearly has an interest in it because they're the ones who are using it in the first place. And we know that the People's Alliance want to settle there. They know that other corporations and other individuals want to settle there. So you're not going to see a giant city producer, probably. It would be more akin to early colonization attempts. How did the People's Alliance not see Tix-1 being terraformed? They explained this in the news updates. They knew it was being terraformed. They just didn't do anything about it because they're weak. Claw salamanders are likely the big colonizer. They're based on Nyx 2, apparently. I believe the claw salamanders are the ones we fight in the Rockbreaker stations. Yeah. The ones with the cool language, yeah. Trying to find the post. Here we go. All right. Will Hain, the Moist Master himself, was hopping onto the stream to talk a little bit about Nyx 1 with 10 pound 42. I don't think it was being interviewed. I think it's just in chat and hanging out. Said specifically, will not spoil surprises around other planets, but be excited. Nyx 2 is a smog world. CIG has said they want to do some cool shit with it. It's the first smog world in the Star Citizen, as a game. Nyx 3 is an ice giant. We haven't seen an ice giant yet. So like there are two completely new types of planets that are pretty common in the Star Citizen universe, but we don't see them. We haven't seen them yet, so that'll be neat to see those. Outposts are new and not in the style of Pyros. Everything from CitizenCon 2025, Nyx 1 previews is in Nyx 1 in 4.11. Tech has turned out better than expected. Biggest focus right now is performance as much as possible has been moved to GPU, but also doing a lot more work. At the moment, it's hard to compare, not really apples to apples. So effectively, expect your GPU to be working heavier than it was in the past. So this is probably the first update I would say older GPUs are going to struggle with, because it sounds like they're actually finally offloading a lot of the graphics to the GPU. Gloss who? What? Will Hain? Ryzen 360 Ti. I don't know if the 360 Ti would be bad. Or 3060 Ti people would be bad. Hurston is a smog world. No, it's not. A smog world in the Star Citizen universe is a Venusian world. It's a world where it's trapped so much greenhouse gases that the pressure is immense and there's acid everywhere. That's effectively what it is. It's Venus. I was joking. Okay. I would say 16 gigs of VRAM are probably needed, at least minimum 10. So LA, but a planet. Lol. Yes, there we go. Is multi-threaded rendering implemented? It is to a degree for the CPU, but they've been trying to offload as much as they can to the GPU because they want players to be able to run it. We may have a situation where you can lower the graphics settings and it won't use as much VRAM, but I don't know if CIG is at that level of optimization. But apparently that's what they're working on. But that'd be one thing I would be concerned about if you're looking at 411. V6, so version 6 of Planet Tech is not something planned. The quote next leap for Planet Tech would be a change in height pipeline. Think real mountains and canyons. That's the least touched part in version 5, though the offline part has changed significantly. Rivers are not coming with Nyx 1. There's new tech that could be used for rivers, but it didn't make it in time for Nyx 1. Version 5 is not currently in Squadron 42 and has been iterated in the code base, the Star Citizen code base. Hey, I hope you're doing well. I'm on my reclining gaming couch, and yes, I am reclined. I'm glad to hear that. So, I saw some people taking the last comment of like, it's not currently in Squadron 42 as a sign that, oh, they're going to implement V5 in Squadron 42. Probably not. I think I don't know how much Will has access to Squadron 42 himself. From my experience talking with CIG devs, the company is very siloed. So people who work on Squadron do not know what's going on in Star Citizen and vice versa. Unless you actively work on both products, you probably don't even know much on outside of the thing you were working on. So like it's unlikely that Will even knows what's being used in Squadron unless he himself has worked on Squadron. And from as far as I know, Will's only worked on Star Citizen. So he's probably saying currently as more of a, I have no fucking idea, it could, so I'm just going to use this add-on to be like, it could be, I don't know, but it's not in Squadron as far as I know. So don't freak out and be like, oh, they're adding V5 to Squadron. I'd be like, that would be a bad idea, but yeah. I think he was on Squadron, but I can't remember for sure. I could also see CIG doing that as sort of a post-release update, you know, like a V5 update to kind of spruce up the graphics a little bit to their current standards. But I doubt they'll be adding V5 to Squadron. Like, I know it's delayed to 2027 and they haven't announced it yet, but I think some people are like, oh, that's the reason why they're delaying it is because they're implementing V5. I'm like, I don't think that's the case, but since it's all coming from unofficial sources like Twitch chat, I can't remember. Yeah. I think I heard claw salamanders. I just shot probably the people with interesting language. Checking back on after a while, so I'm probably behind on the lore. Oh. Have you done Brendan Anders? Have you done the Rockbreaker missions? They were added in 4.7, I want to say, or 4.6. Oh, I did. Claw Salamanders. That's the name of the gang. So if you haven't, yeah. I was excitedly posting about Kastak arms weapons, being like, yes, more Kastak arms in Star Citizen. That's great. And someone said, does this fix desync? And I respond with, it fixes these nuts. Because I'm not CIG and I'm not held to professional standards like that. Kastak style replied. Yeah. That'll give you the full Kastak experience. It's okay. Elliot and Max redeemed themselves with their stream today. Yeah, I said that earlier in the stream, but I was hanging out in their stream, in Max and Elliot's stream, and I was trolling Detox because for those of you who don't know Detox, he's a fantastic streamer. You should go watch him. He does group gameplay together. He does probably some of the most cinematic work in Star Citizen, period. And he does it with groups live on stream. He's amazing. He's a wonderful man as well. Like, I've worked with him. He's been in the Complete History of Star Citizen lore. He did a voice in there. I think he did a voice for the overthrow of the Mezzers. He did the Tide Rises speech. I've asked him for footage so I could make like stuff like the fight with some of his footage is great for using for fights with Xenothreat and stuff like that. So more cinematic than Star Cinema. I would say it's up there with the sort of, if you've ever watched someone like not Velocity Raptor, that's my guy, Rubrix Raptor, or Remy, or those sorts of channels where like they do big group gameplay with like Arma, but they do like cinematically edited together. Sometimes they add like, if you've seen like Rat Knight with RimWorld or Ambiguous Amphibian, that's sort of like where they kind of add some like cinematics and add some story flavor to it. They were on their own streams. Elliot and Max were streaming earlier today. But I said it was funny because I was there trolling Detox because he was there. And Elliot joked, like, what does Paul Shelley know? Or what does the Astropub know? And the entire chat lit up with lore. And Max was like, wait, you're the lore guy? And Elliot was like, yeah, you didn't know Astropub does the lore? I listen to him when I'm cooking. He's the only reason I know anything about the Hurstons. I was like, caught in 4K. No, Koaku sometimes shows up in stream too, so. Dzax is one of my absolute favorite. His work for the first Dino threat, and I've been a big fan ever since. Yeah, he's great. He's great. He let me use some of that footage for talking about the I think it was the Stanton Pyro Stanton War. So he's been on the captain's table before. The thing is that Detox is also A, very busy with his own work, and B, he has a wife and kids. Thank you, Dibley. Yeah, all this talk just made me realize I needed to redo my Kastak Arms video because I fucking love Kastak Arms. It's absolutely based. I hate using that such cringe language these days, but it's as an old man, but. Hey, my goodie. They talked about wanting to bring back JT. Well, if they want to do that, they need to go yell at Chris and get him to lighten the fuck up. Their economy team is working on it. They seem to be playing with the idea, which is good. It's good. They're in the process. What they really need to do is have a shock to the system, though. You get me, Farrister, and Vertigo this Saturday? Not Vertigo, it's you, Farrister, and Darsh. At least you're not do 6-7. So a legitimate after Darsh session? Sensational, yes. Yeah, typically I don't have people come one at a time on there. Then I started listening to you for the lore, and I started to care about the setting. It's a lot of work that CIG's done. I do want to emphasize this, because one of the reason why I'm worried about their approach to Nyx 1 with Starkitect is because of what CIG has done in the past. Here's the thing. I give zero shits about CIG changing the lore. They've done it before. They'll do it again. That is what happens when you produce something like Star Citizen and things evolve as you do it. It's kind of like writing a first draft of a novel or a script for a movie or a video or a television show or a play. Like, you write it in drafts. And sometimes the first draft has ideas that you drop entirely by the last draft because it just doesn't fucking work. You like kind of find the story as you go through it. Even the most like dedicated people who plot out everything will find interesting things and find characters that change, and you sort of change the dynamics there. That is normal for something in production. Like Halo, I retroactively followed Halo and its creation to kind of like learn a little bit about game development, because I was also fascinated and big Halo fan. I retroactively went back and learned a lot about Halo's development, and a lot of the story of Halo, the basic story of Halo, was there from the beginning, but the details of who the Master Chief was, and the Pillar of Autumn, and Cortana, and like a lot of those details sort of came about during the production. So a lot of the stuff that people remember about the Halo series was sort of a evolution of change. Not like they had a completely different voice actor for the original Master Chief and that kind of stuff. So I understand changing it. The problem is that CIG has basically stamped their foot on the ground and said, we do not want to change Nyx, but we want the new technology. It's that old meme of no take stick, only the throw. Throw stick. No take stick, only throw. Kind of thing. It's like they just kind of want both sides, and it's like sometimes you're gonna have to choose, man. Hey, been away for a while, but every time I see a Reddit headline, people sound angry. Has it been bad? When I took off time, I thought there would be it was a pretty high note. So, Guitar Kid, let me give you the rundowns. This is one of those things that a lot of people aren't used to because it sort of took a break for a year, and in the previous years, it wasn't nearly as bad. Though I think the year before last year was pretty bad, and people forgot about it because people memory hole shit after a couple of years. What we experienced this year was a souped up, overdrived version of what I have called, and I've heard other people call this, the doldrums. Now, let me explain a logistics situation that CIG is in. They have 2 big releases a year. Their biggest month of the year is May. Usually not in terms of sales, but usually in terms of like new content, player engagement, and like enrollment. Like more people play in May than play any other time. The other time is between October and November. And it takes CIG 3 to 6 months to produce any content for the game. So, if you are a CIG employee and you have time off and you want to take some time off for a vacation with yourself or your family, when is the best time to take that vacation? Well, it's not going to be, September or October. Those are big months, and probably not even August, though that might vary, because those are going to be big months for development because you're going to get ready for the big release in October and November. And it's probably not going to be December, because that's sort of still, you need to stick around a little bit. Maybe December, maybe January, but it's definitely not going to be February, March, or April, because that's the lead up to May, where it's the big release. So you need to kind of be there. So the only real times for CIG to take vacation is like December-ish into January, and July and June. And one of the worst times that Star Citizen exists in every year, December to January and June to July. It's almost like it's a pattern that's repeated over and over again, but their producers are not there long enough to see this pattern and don't cope with it. So, while it's not everyone, and I'm sure some people take vacations at different times because not everyone finishes at the same time, I can almost guarantee you that the biggest times for vacation requests from CIG is in the summer. And it just so happens that the time when CIG is the least productive and has the most issues is the summer. Last year, this happened to a minor degree because they decided to do the resource rush, the whole like competition between the different companies of the Stanton system for the for the Second Life initiative. That was in August, and that was like late July, early August. In fact, I think it was July, and there were so many problems that they had to push it to August so that people can continue to use it. But all of those problems with like elevators was really started to be highlighted during that time when everyone had to use them, and that's still a problem, obviously, but like that was when it was first highlighted, was when they were doing those events. So CIG likes to do events, but they don't seem to have the staff available during those times on hand to quickly fix things because they're taking vacation. They're human beings that require rest and relaxation, and they want to go off with their families and do other things. It was your playability. And even then, it was still minor because we also got August, we got the, was it the Onyx facility? Or was that, no, it was June we got Lazarus, the Lazarus stuff, the Stormageddon. And then in August we got Onyx. And then in I want to say October, September, we got Site B, we got Project Hyperion. So, hey, hi, Prince Dragoon. Amelia Boyd was during Invictus last year, I want to say, or earlier this year. I want to say it was Invictus last year. So, Guitar Kid, what I'm trying to say is, and this is for everybody else who is kind of newer, is that the doldrums are a thing. They're related to, I believe at least, based off of what I've observed, is it seems to be related to CIG staff availability. And CIG doesn't seem to plan around the lack of these staff availability, so they don't seem to plan releases that would be better for the staff who was there so that they can kind of maintain it. And maybe also just, it's a game in development, shit breaks easier. But we had sort of a supercharged version of the doldrums because they released a very bad patch in May. 4.8 was a atrocious patch. It wasn't literally as bad as 3.18, but everyone compared it to 3.18. So perception is reality. So people just sort of put them together. Now, for some people, it literally was as bad. I don't think it was nearly as bad for the most people, but there were still a lot of problems because a lot of people left and came back for 4.8 because 4.8 was a wipe, so they wanted to come back and play. And 4.9 wasn't much of an improvement. 4.10 is adding a little bit more stuff and being a little bit better. I think they've added a couple more fixes for certain things. They've improved some quality of life fixes for the game. But it's very similar to 3.18 and what happened with 3.18 and 3.19. They broke everything in 3.18. 3.19 was a little bit better, but people still didn't like it. 3.20 came out and it was a slight improvement, but it was like a month later, 3.21 came out, and a month after that, 3.22, and a month after that, 3.23. We had 4 patches in the span of 5 months, 5 or 6 months. Also, maybe a single-player game that continuously eats up resources, time, and patience with every aspect of this company and its surrounding fandom, for better or for worse. Squad 42, I always like to point this out because the problems with Star Citizen have little to do with Squadron 42. The problems of Star Citizen, the main problems of Star Citizen, is that the back-end microservices that CIG uses are fucking broken. They fucking suck. They've got problems. Many other things are based off of legacy code that they have to update. They have to rip whole sections of those shit out and replace it because a lot of that stuff was built before server meshing or was built for server meshing and didn't quite work for server meshing, so they have to replace it. They had a big, huge technology update, and it's taken a long time for them to replace shit. This is CIG 101. They do this shit all the time. That is really the problem. However, I will admit that it's likely an attention thing. For those of you who don't know, Chris Roberts approves everything in Star Citizen and Squadron. I mean everything. That is what he does. He is the person who makes all the decisions. And if you can imagine a company that's 1,000 people strong, there's going to be a lot of decisions that have to be made and signed off on. So Chris is a busy dude who's got to focus only so much on what he can focus on. My guess is attention is on Squadron. So any issues that are Star Citizen based are probably not getting as much attention from Chris Thus, the fixes or changes are probably not going to be as approved as quickly or at all, because Chris has got to worry about other things that he's releasing with that. So I think it's, if anything, it's more of an issue of management when it comes to Squadron and Star Citizen interacting with each other. Then where is he? I think he's focusing on Squadron. We haven't heard anything from Chris since February. And then I'll critique Chris in the sense that I think Chris needs to, I know this is his magnum opus, but video games are always, have been and always will be a collective art. Not a single person is responsible for any video game. Unless it's a game that's literally made by one person, but games the scale and size of Star Citizen Squadron 42 are the process of hundreds of talented individuals, and it serves just good general work. Like a director of a film or of a play or of a television series is the person who's focusing on one thing. You need a director. A director should not be working on two movies at once, and that's what's happening. Chris needs a director for Star Citizen if he's focusing on Squadron, and he needs to trust that director to do their job right. And it doesn't seem like he has that, because he's still like, I need to approve everything. So it's like, isn't that Richard Tyre? Where is he? I think he's still working on Squadron, because he's also the game director for Squadron. I think a lot of the problems that Star Citizen has could be relieved if Chris let go a little bit and let people who he put in charge kind of make some decisions. Did I get invited to that Squadron 42 event? No, I did not get invited to that Squadron 42 event. I wouldn't have been able to go to that Squadron 42 event anyways, because it's in October, and I've got school. I teach for a living, so that's in the middle of, like, especially when that time, there's testing going on at that time, and they usually don't let me leave for testing. I'm also a bad boy. Because I leaked that Squadron 42 was delayed from CIG developers. I didn't name the developers themselves, but did it, said it FUD, would do it again. Absolute silliness lore that I have embraced is a few days ago. CR is the Prophets of Covenant in Halo. 1.0 is the Great Journey. Midterms and standardized tests. Yep. I mean, honestly, it's like, again, I have made the naughty list. Again, I think people made hay when I talked about it. We're not talking like 3-year delay, guys. We're like there's a reason why they're doing this preview show with the content creators and community members in October. Like, there's a reason why it's going to be NDA'd, but like they're doing it, and it's because they want to literally show it off to somebody other than just their own official sources, so that people can see, oh wait, this is proof of life. This actually exists. It's actually playable. Because a lot of people, for whatever reason, which it still confuses me, think like that CIG has been doing nothing but coding like static events. Like people believe legitimately like the prologue of Squadron that they showed off in, I think, 2024 CitizenCon, that was was just coded directly for that event. And I'm like, are you fucking high? That's a lot of work for one thing that they could just, add to the rest of the game. And it's really shitty if it was perfect, if it was specifically designed for that. There's a lot of bugs that they really shittily did. Subliminal, I believe, is wrong. I trust the sources that told me the delay is happening. I trust the way they were talking about it, and Yeah, it's not going to happen. I would say if Squadron 42 releases in October, then this preview event is a waste of money and a waste of everyone's time. Because why do a preview event a week to 2 weeks away from the release of your game? That sounds like a gigantic waste of everyone's time. Those developers that are there to shepherd the players or to shepherd the content creators through this event, they would much better be used to work on a day one patch. And we're talking about effectively a marketing campaign which would last 2 weeks. That's suicide. Going into the release of GTA 6, that's suicide. Yeah, it's a closed-door preview. They're under NDA, so they won't be able to talk about it. This is not something they're going to be live streaming. So you'll only be hearing about it after CIG has made an announcement of a release date. There's no way that aligns up with a release in October. I also believe it's delayed, but maybe he got insider info since he got invited. He could have. But at the same time, they do. That's a dumb fucking move. That's an insanely dumb move, especially from what I was told by the developers of Squadron. No, I missed a 1.5 hour stream. Too long. We chat about Kastak arms mostly, chops, and a little bit about like the lore of Star Citizen and how I'm a little concerned about Nyx 1. It requires a kind of a gentle hand from them. CIG equals dumb moves. This would be exceptionally stupid. Like, from everything I understand about game development and everything I understand about marketing, and I know more about marketing than I know about game development, this is like, why even just release it now? It's going to be as ready now as it is in October. Who gives a shit? If you're just going to release a steaming pile of dog shit, then just do it now. Do you think the preview could have a possibility of a release date? What I believe is likely going to happen is either CIG is going to have a press event where they do an announcement of the release date, and that's when the NDA will be lifted for the people who are going to this event. Because that's typically what happened. People get invited to go to a studio to preview the game. They get early access to preview the game. Then they're under NDA until that company makes the announcement of the release date. And then those people can then say, hey, I played this early. Let me tell you what I saw. That's a very typical standard marketing technique. It's been used for Ace Combat 8. It's been used for Star Fox, the latest Star Fox release. It's used all the time for when you do these sorts of preview events. So but it's typically a couple of months to usually like 3 to 6 months away from its release date is when you do something like that. Best evidence I heard from a friend. He said, you don't do stuff with content creators at the end of a release. You do it at the start of the build hype. Yeah, at the start of an activation. That's the point. Dogshit Studios would make a great game studio name. If they made horrible games, you could point to their name. Yes. That friend looks just like you. I know. He's a handsome fellow. Just generally speaking, yeah, no, I have never seen this sort of event done at the end of a release cycle. It's always done at the start of a hype cycle. Now, could CIG be releasing it in 2026? Absolutely. But from the way that Chris Roberts described the plan for Squadron 42, he doesn't want to announce the release date of Squadron 42 to us. He wants to announce it to the wider gaming community, which means he's waiting for an event to do an announcement. Now, the earliest event would be in August, Gamescom. And I think Gamescom, when is Gamescom? It's like the 20th? '26th to the 30th. Now CIG is going to be there, and they have a kind of like a video presentation at Gamescom that they do, so they could make the announcement there. It would be a little weird to do so, but there's no official presence of CIG there. They don't have a booth. There's been nothing like that mentioned. So that's the first chance they have. The second chance they have for an announced release date is for the Game Awards, which is in December, like December 10th. Yeah, December 10th. So if what I believe is true, based off of Chris's announcement, Chris's letter to the chairman, knowing what I know about Chris, yeah, it's either going to be at Gamescom or it's going to be on the Game Awards. And if it's the Game Awards, there's no way in hell they're releasing it in like December. I feel like the October event is to recruit those invited, whether they want to or not, to be running cover for the delay announcement that only CIG thinks is unknown. A delay that will enrage parts of the population, of course. Kind of silly since it won't be a surprise. We only hear something once. They figure out whatever the issue is, they have to fix it, otherwise radio silence. You don't fix an issue at an event like the October issues thing in like a couple of months. CIG doesn't do anything that quickly. Even with Squadron. It will probably take, again, 3 months for them to do that. And again, those people who are observing what these players are doing, it's not a playtest. This is marketing. Like, anyone who thinks that they're flying in or they're having people fly in from all over the world to come to their event in October as playtesters, stop playtesting. This is marketing. They're going to be wined and dined. That's what this is wine and dine. It's a classic marketing tactic. Like, of course they're there to show about how cool the game is, and so they can go back to their communities and be like, look how cool dude, I played it, it's so great, so fun. So like, anyway, I don't want to like keep going in a loop about it, but from my own sources and from the time we have left, I do not believe we're going to see the game released this year. I believe it's going to be next year. When next year? I have no fucking clue. My best guess, based off of what I know about CIG's own stuff that I've heard, would probably be May. May would be a good time to release, if not February. I think May would be better because it's less games release in May, usually the lower profile games, and mostly multiplayer games. It's their highest concurrency for Star Citizen, so it has the best crossover chances with Star Citizen Squadron. Invictus, which is already a kind of a military-themed event for Star Citizen, makes sense. Then Invictus, if they released that at Invictus, it would be a big crossover event that they could do forever and for all time, because it's just like how CitizenCon is literally the beginning of the funding and the IAE is the end of the funding from the original Kickstarter. As like in-game events, they can do Invictus as a literal anniversary of Squadron 42's release, you know? But I think February is the earliest we'd see. So what exactly has you worried about the next one coming out? Sorry if you already spoke about this earlier. Effectively, CIG can get trigger happy. And I think that if they get trigger happy, they can start populating or overpopulating a planet like Nyx 1, specifically because they want to scale test. They want to like test out the scale, which would not make a lot of sense in the context of the story they've been building up of this planet being freshly terraformed. And that's effectively the issue, is that long term, if CIG wants to try to make a story out of Nyx in the future for like 1.0 and beyond, they'll have to accommodate for whatever shit they're doing now. And if this is an old it's hard to really explain it because it's sort of it takes a while. But if you're used to how ships fly now, this is just a reference. You're used to how the game plays now, and you play this game like it is for a year or two, and then suddenly CIG says, hey, we're going to introduce the new flight model. You're probably not going to be happy that a new flight model is coming in because you got used to the flight model. You know how it plays. So anytime that new flight model, you play it, you're like, this feels wrong. It feels different. This is not what I bought. This is not what I played. And that's the issue when it comes down to Nyx 1. People will get attached to Nyx 1. They'll get attached to the missions on Nyx 1, to the locations in Nyx 1. And if CIG has to go back and say, oh yeah, this is supposed to be a newly terraformed planet, we're going to have to pull back on all of these outposts, people are going to be like, but I like this outpost. Why are you taking this away from me? And it'll also have some cognitive dissonance because if you have a big planet that's filled with outposts, then it's clearly Nyx 1 is going to be the testing ground for base building. So people will be like, where am I going to build the base? It's already populated. Even if it's not fully populated, it's the mentality, it's players' perceptions. So, and worst of all, what if they populate the shit out of it and then just don't give a fuck? Like they don't bother at all. So when 1.0 comes out, it's like, hey, this planet was freshly terraformed. It's like, why does it look more populated than fucking ArcCorp? It's the conflict between CIG wants to tell stories and CIG is still testing development. Like they're still testing tech and still making the game. And it's not something CIG, it's something that CIG has dealt with before. Levski. Delamar and Levski was in Stanton for the entirety of the 2.0 branch. And I think even not the 2.0 branch. It was in there for almost the entirety of the 3.0 branch. When Crusader was introduced, they removed Delamar and Levski so that they could add Crusader and Orison. But Delamar and Levski was there. Which is the reason why us old heads were like, we can't wait for Levski to come back in because I'm going home, because so many of us set our spawn points at Levski. So they've done this before. Like, we're going to add this in for testing. That's what this is. This is testing. If they just straight up said that, I would have no concerns whatsoever because I'm like, okay, so CIG is establishing that this is not the end goal of this system. This is just them testing out new tech because they want to. But more than likely, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to have the new tech and tell a story to try to get engagement for the game. And if they fuck it up, and they're really good at fucking it up right now, it will cause more problems down the road. I personally don't want Nyx 1 to be populated starting out, let the players populate it. I mean, I don't have an issue of like old abandoned locations from like back before it was terraformed now being there, because they've showed off those things in the past of sort of like abandoned locations. But if it was like full-blown cities on the planet, I'm like, this thing has been terraformed for like a month. Who the fuck is paying for this? Unauthorized land bush by UAE citizens. Alliance gets pissed. UAE decides to park a Jav near the planet for protection or something. I'd love for that, but the CSG's not going to do that. So something like that would make sense. It's like, okay, well now we're using a storyline to make sense of that. The problem is that the logical outcome of that story is UAE and People's Alliance go to war, and CIG doesn't want them to fight, so they won't. But of course, they definitely want to have location. They want to test Architect, and they want to test Architect for various different mission types that they are building Architect around. It's a tech demo. That's great. That's fine. But again, want their cake and eat too. Speaking of lore, is Sherry still with CIG since LA closed? As far as I know, only one member of the writing team is no longer working for them. But they were the newest member, and I think it's just because they didn't want to move. So I'm fairly certain that some of the writers moved to Manchester. I don't know if Sherry moved or not. She may have not. Because her job is effectively archivist, but I haven't seen or heard from her in a while. I also haven't heard from Will or who was the other one? I want to say Ben. I'm wrong with that one. I always forget the other writer's name, but I haven't heard from or seen. We haven't seen anything from Dave Haddock, so like it's been a while. Yeah, I think a fight between the UEE and the People's Alliance would be fantastic. It would be a great event in game that would get people riled up, but I saw Will and Dave in Manchester. They had offices. That was 2 years ago, though. Well, I guess, when did LA close? Was it last year or was it 2 years ago? I will defend the People's Alliance to my death. Me too, sister. Me too. There's an entire video I'm going to do for the Astro Historian as sort of a meta video explaining how CIG can improve the storytelling. Kind of go over how CIG does storytelling and how they can improve it to get more engagement for players. And it's effectively make the events more impactful to the wider universe and make those and have some lead up in game to those events. The best example is they accidentally created it, which is they had the sort of background story of the regeneration crisis, which led to Lazarus, which led to Onyx, the Dr. Yorit story, and which led to Site B and Project Hyperion. Like, it's not really intended to be a full storyline, but it played out like a storyline because we were discovering it kind of like a TV show of the week. Like an episode of the week from a TV show. Oh, this big thing is happening. Oh, this company is trying to help it, but there's something weird going on. Oh, there's a giant abomination unto God over here that we have to kill. Okay, we can harvest these things. Oh, wait. The guy who's the scientist behind making these abominations is still around and he's in Stanton. Let's go check him out. Oh, we have to go check him out because of the mission. Oh, we find this is the same guy we got this new mission. Oh, this is the same guy who was in the Lazarus facility. What was he? We know what he was doing there. What is he doing here? Look at these new abominations we have to deal with. Oh, wait, there's even more abominations? Like, it was a classic, they call it the Science Run Amok storyline. But, like, they created a character of Yorit who's got a fantastic voice actor. And they've got a great antagonist that they could reuse if they wanted to. There was a lot of interest in the story. Like, one of the biggest requested videos for the Astro Historian was ASD and Dr. Yorit. Everyone wanted to know, what the fuck is up with this? How is this going on? And, like, that was sort of the plot line. And because there was a plotline you could follow and you were engaged with, that is what brought people out. If CIG wanted to do Xenothreat properly, they would have needed some sort of lead up. Like, hey, we've got some weird reports of activity in this area. You go to that area. Oh, it's Xenothreat. Why are you in Stanton? What's going on? And so you have some new missions that are specifically dealing with Xenothreat. Maybe you have before that you have like a loading screen things. New gangs arise. Is Xenothreat back in Stanton? And then you have a slow build up to the actual Xenothreat invasion, and there's some sort of consequence there, where like if you do not do X amount of things in this amount of time, Xenothreat will take over this station, and you will no longer have access to that station, and that station will be hostile to you. In fact, fuck giving players choice. Have players lose a station. And now your choice is, hey, now you have to do this amount of things in order to recover that station. That's the reason why the UEE isn't able to deal with our problems. It's because they're too busy trying to retake the fucking station. So now the mercenaries, have to deal with the other bullshit that's going on while the UEE focuses on the main problem. Consequences, actions, storyline, players being involved in it. They kind of did that with sort of the intersect missions. There's no connective tissue there. There's no consequence. Like getting to tactical strike groups is sort of the culmination of the rock breakers and the vandal tech smugglers missions, but it's not really like a narrative through line. We are now officially know how Astropub talks to kids. Less swearing, but yeah. It would make sense that PAL and UEE would come into conflict over a new planet. We also have groups like the Moraine Salamanders and the Vandul influencing things as well. Yeah, I mean, like an easy plot line, which they've already sort of built up, which would work, is I'll use historical examples. Nix 1 is being colonized. There is a UEE citizen who has built a ranch on Nix 1. And they're in constant conflict with their neighbors who are People's Alliance. There's a People's Alliance outpost settlement that's nearby. And one of the UEE citizens, was it Brahmin? That's not the right word. Grazers gets out, runs off into the settlement with the People's Alliance. The People's Alliance see this rampaging grazer running through. They shoot it and kill it, because it's rampaging through their town. The rancher gets mad, runs into the town, starts shooting it up. They shoot and kill the rancher. Now you've got a People's Alliance member killing a UEE citizen. Tense standoff. Now you got a problem. The UEE is being pressured into dealing with this problem because there was a murder of a UEE citizen on People's Alliance land by People's Alliance authorities. Now you have conflict. Now you have something that has to happen. And you have rising stakes and tensions that lead to a peak. That's a simple solution. What I just described is like every cattle war in America started something like that, where something happened between two warring barons that decided to pull guns on each other and shoot each other. Like, it's a very simple solution to a problem. You raise tensions, you have missions where maybe you attack UEE settlers. UEE settlers pay for you to attack maybe the citizens for prosperity. Back the UEE settlers, and they're fighting the People's Alliance. So you've got two good guys who are nominally good guys fighting each other. So that gives some moral conflict for the players. Who do I back? What do I do? And there's some stakes. You have some outliners where, like, whoever wins this conflict is going to get control of this orbital station, which is, a leftover terraforming station from the terraformation of Nix 1. And you have it to this peak crescendo where whoever wins the conflict is now on the station. They have to defend the station against whatever forces, the PAL, the People's Alliance, or the UEE coming in to try to retake the station. And in the middle of this conflict, the Vandal show up. And it's now like, well, this conflict doesn't make any fucking sense if we're all dead from Vandal raids. Now we have to go fight the Vandal. It's an easy solution to the problem where you sort of like, we have to band together to fight this thing that's more complicated, and then you sort of negotiate an end to it with some sort of like change where the People's Alliance gets cheaper or UEE gets access to certain things, like that kind of stuff. Like what I just described is a simple story. And the way that CIG could implement something like that would just be missions they already have with mission givers that they would have to give them unique lines for those missions. That's the tough part. That's the part where it's like CIG goes, what do you mean I have to pay money for voice actors? Because they seem to be resource stretched a lot of times for those sorts of things. But if you want engagement, if you want people to come back, You need to give people something that is a reason to fight, a reason to come back. And that's a reason. Like, two sides going to fight each other. There's this conflict, which we haven't seen since the fall of the Mezzers. So now the players are going to have to get involved, and they have a stake in the outcome of what's going on, as long as that stake is important and it has ramifications. None of this bullshit they did with the Stanton, the resource rush stuff, where like Hurston wins and we just get a golden statue in the station, and pretty much that's it. Hey, CHE, listen to this. The ideas are flowing here. You're welcome. Free. Use it. Steal it from me. All right? I want to see actual stories coming into the light. The thing is, and I'm gonna make this video on it, which is basically like that CIG needs stakes and consequences. They're sort of the same thing, but a little different. Like, players know what's happening and what happens if they fail or they mess up, and there are consequences that follow through from those mess ups. It's not just things are going to be bad or things are going to be great if you win. It's there is a follow through with that stake. That consequence hits in some way, and that consequence should affect the entire game, not just the people who participated in the event. So like, people who are miners or salvagers should complain about them not getting involved in this bullshit. They still have it right now, using real world parallels. None of us in the world have a choice on whether the United States or Iran decide to fucking fight each other. But guess what we do have? Higher energy costs as a result. So everyone is now dealing with the consequences of two different nations going to war with each other. It happened with Ukraine and Russia, but it's like a constant thing that's happened throughout human history. Two nations decide to slug it out. Everyone else decides has to suffer, even if they're not directly involved. That gives a consequence to the entire player base. Now the player base is invested. Now the next time one of these things happens, they go, fuck it, I don't want to have to deal with this shit anymore. Let me climb into a fighter and deal with the problem. Now you've got investment. Now you got players who want to come in because they know that their actions have consequences. It seems like they don't want to hand over control to the players. I agree. I think that is a problem. And again, I said at the very beginning, Chris Roberts is very controlling over the game. It may be that he's so controlling he can't let go of that control and allow players to dictate the narrative. But he doesn't really have to. He just has to come up with a very simple solution. He's good at this. He does branching narrative games. That's the thing he was fucking best at. That's what he was known for, is branching narratives. That's all this is a branching narrative choice. You don't have to have 1,000 different consequences. It's just two. Two consequences. That's it. And then you can build off of that as you go. And well, that's the other thing is like, you can also make events that have the illusion of choice. An event that is players have a choice or chance to win, but it's fucking bullshit. They've rigged the game. You're gonna fail no matter what. They do, but they want you to try. Or they can make it so difficult that you possibly could do it, but you probably are not going to be able to do it. So it's like theoretically possible, but you fail. You know? And that's fine. It's storytelling. That's what people want. People want to feel like that they're living in a universe, not flying around in an empty one. Treat it like the players are your children. You choose their options for them. It's like you're playing. You're in the traditional TTRPG sense. They're game masters. They're dungeon masters. They choose where things go, but there has to be things that happen, because there's nothing more boring in a D&D campaign than players having no impact on the outcome of an event. That they're just playing through the DM's personal fantasy novel. Yeah, just spectators. And the only reason why players have did Xenothreat was because they wanted to get those blueprints. And there's going to come a point in development where the keys being jingled in front of you, the reward being held in front of you isn't enough for you to do it. You can't always do things based off of pure reward system. Rewards are fine, but you need to have other things than rewards, like fear of consequences. You do this because you don't want to get hurt, kind of thing. All this events of CIG of Star Citizen seems to be self-contained. This is because they don't have the technology to really expand it. That's the only defense I can see that CIG has for this, is that they do not have the tech and the underlying stuff to actually produce what I just talked about. I think that's probably bullshit, because they almost certainly do. It just would take more work now than it would be if they had the tools to make it easier, like a DMing tool. They do have a Game Master's tool that exists, but I'm sure it's not as robust as they would like it to be. I'd rather have world or personal consequences, have world or personal consequences over grind for a skin like they do now. Grind is the perfect way of like slowing players down or having players work towards a goal. But there should be more than just grind, because grind for the sake of grind isn't sustainable. You're not going to keep the numbers of players interested that they want to keep the numbers of players interested based off of that purely. It's one of the reasons why I've been a big supporter of sandbox gameplay. We need to have more tools for the sandbox, more buckets and shovels, so we can make our own gameplay. So things like trade, things like base building, crafting, those sorts of things. But also more, if you're going to do narrative consequences, make them narratives and stories, make them consequential. Give them bite. On Batman Show, your humble host, Space Bartender here. Astropop, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Are you going with me into the void tomorrow, Loken? I have a bolt gun. I have a las sniper. And I have the finest Kastak armor that has ever existed. We're just talking about how one of the things that lacks, that's lacking currently in the Star Citizen universe is, ironically, something that Helldivers 2 does well, which is consequences for actions, or even just like impossible situations. You're going to do an event because the event is going to happen. You're not going to win, or you can make it close to winning, but you're not going to win. Dark Tide? So Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, released their 40K update. So they have, the new Warbond has a bolt pistol, it has a las sniper, it has Kastak armor in medium and heavy, and it has a melt-a-mine and a melt-a-gun. Now I haven't gotten the melt-a-gun yet because that's 110 medals and I haven't even unlocked that Warbond level yet, but yeah. Getting close. Gonna mess up some demon babies, yes. It is very funny that they added their version of the warp, which is the void, and the things that are the void sort of like spawned. One of them is just a necromorph from Dead Space, and the other is this, I don't even know what to describe it. It's a child that's been mutated into a giant. I guess like a pyramid head. inspired thing because it's got this big like metal pyramid face that you shoot off, and it's got this tiny little head. But the second you knock the helmet off, it starts crying like a baby and then starts just flailing around with its club and hitting things. It's a Dark Souls boss, but it's like a Dark Souls boss in the most grim dark sense. We're talking about how there's no narrative consequences in Star Citizen's stories that they've done so far. And I think that is one of the reasons why it's lacking. You know, why did people do Xenothreat? Because there was blueprints. But it was I don't want to like be like, it's just the laziest. It's a lazy implementation. It was a super lazy. It had none of the spirit and the style of the original Xenothreat Invasion. It was just sort of a reuse of elements without even custom voice lines. It was just missions. That's all it is. It was just like a mission rehash. It was boring and lacking. It didn't help that it was also buggy as shit, but you know. Have you never looked at the lore of Dark Souls? I have, but like I don't know any Dark Souls boss that was a mutated child with a pyramid head, you know. Chasing Xenothreat to Ruin would be fun. It would be, but Xenothreat doesn't have Ruin anymore in lore. It's the Rough and Ready. Rough and Ready kicked Xenothreat out of Ruin. You can really tell that CIG is not working on Star Citizen right now. I don't think that's the case. It's just that you can tell that CIG's focus isn't on the playability that it was last year. It's much more focused on things like back-end fixes, improvements, especially since 4.9. But also like new additions to the game. Sounds like something that would be briefly mentioned but never shown out of the last great time war from Doctor Who. Yeah. Anywho, the point being, if CIG wants to run a narrative event, they need to give it stakes and they need to give it build-up. They need to give it context, stakes, and consequences. They need to give it CSC. And also, the advantage of doing something like I just said, with context, stakes, and consequences, is that you can do that for an entire quarter, multiple quarters if you want to, an entire year if you wanted to. Just drag it out. Basically build 5 stages or 3 stages, and then just trickle out those stages over the course of like 3, 6, 9 months, you know? So you don't have to work, you can work smarter, not harder. And dribble it out. Whatever happened to consequences? CR was all about consequences back in the day. I have theories, but none of them are substantiated. But the biggest theory, which I think is partially true, is consequences hurt sales. If there's a consequence for losing your ship or not bringing crew members with your ship or something in game, even especially if you don't have a control over it, it will make people less likely to engage with the game and less likely to buy the game or buy more ships. The other thing that's more than likely is that the consequences they want to do just aren't available because they haven't built the tools for those consequences to happen. They're still so focused on things like server meshing, in terms of like dynamic server meshing and instancing, there's a lot of like Genesis. There's a lot of other fundamental technologies which they haven't finished yet, and they kind of need things like Starkitect to be in the game for them to focus on those sorts of consequences, because Starkitect makes it super easy for them to spin up and spin down locations, because they can just populate stuff really quickly, and they can have a theme, and then those themes can be connected to missions. It's much easier, I imagine, to create missions and events with Starkitect and probably the new mission system and probably the new reputation system than it would be to do it now by hand. So CIG does what it does a lot, which is, why do now X now when we can wait Y number of months or years for Z to be done so we can actually work on X? It's kind of crazy how much the foundation of the game still needs to be made. Yes and no. What I understand about game dev, from what I've looked at least more recently, or recent-ish examples, is that a lot of the work when it comes to making a game can just be the foundation. The gameplay can come fairly quickly and fairly iterated on, but it depends on game to game, because there's no like blueprint per game, for every game that follows. But you'd be surprised how quickly games can be made. Like big, expensive games can be made in like a year. But those are made usually when they have tools that they need to build them. So SC is covered in band-aids, yes. Or as the community likes to say, it is spaghettied to fucking back. So that at CIG, well, the argument is, I want to let's make a very simple mission chain with consequences. Let's use Xenothreat. Let's bring back Xenothreat. Xenothreat is invading the Stanton system. What we do, all right, so we have a post in one of the loading screens that says Xenothreat has been seen more active around the Stanton Pyro jump point. They may be planning a move. Asked for comment from the UEE Navy. The special agent in charge, Ruina Dooley, says refuses to comment on actions. Boom. We know Xenothreat's coming back. Next patch, you have a mission that populates that's just, hey, we've lost connection with a local comm station. And you show up, and the mission giver says, Xenothreat? What are they doing here in Stanton? And go take care of them. And so you have a mission where you go clear out the Xenothreat from the comm station. And it's like, oh, thanks for helping out. We know that Xenothreat is now fucking with comm stations for some reason. Next step, you have next patch, you have an announcement and announcement in a newspaper and a station that has been completely overrun by Xenothreat. Like the Stanton Pyro jump point station is now completely overrun by Xenothreat, and the UEE has locked down the station. So you cannot land at the station. The station will fire at you if you get close. And there's a patrolling javelin. The Warhammer is flying around with like patrols of the ships that are saying, please leave the area. Do not approach. Effectively cutting off Stanton from Pyro. You got yourself a little set. Now you have your setup, and now you have your stakes. Because now Xenothreat has got a footprint. Everyone is impacted. If anyone tries to go land at the station, they get shot at. They get what the fuck is going on? Even if they're not reading the loading screens, they're like, something weird is fucking going on. Being shot at by the UEE for just approaching a station? What the fuck is wrong? And then the next patch after that, you have the actual event, which is go deal with this Xenothreat Idris, which is on its way to wherever, ArcCorp, fucking Microtech, whatever. We use Jericho again, like they're trying to attack Jericho. And that's, the event itself. Now, what I just described sounds fairly simple, but there is no mechanic for lockdown. There is no lockdown mechanic in the game. There is no way of turning the station's guns against a player unless you manually set all players to fire as hostiles or whatever. Like, you'd have to go in and hard code it or some fuck with the actual based off of what I understand it. You'd have to go in and actually fucking change it, like physically change it, and that causes bugs. It can cause problems where someone forgets to turn it off, and that kind of thing. Then that even earlier than that, like Xenothreat attacking a comm station. I don't think there's a attack mission or like a defend mission around a comm station. So they'd have to effectively take the defend mission with like with as it currently exists with like the ship. It's like, oh help, I'm being attacked. That one. They'd have to build it from scratch around the comm station. So they'd have to like take that and then copy it and then manipulate it and change it for the comm station attack. I don't know how easy or complicated it is, but that's going to take some work. That's going to take a mission designer doing something. And then even if they just copy and paste what they did with like, oh, fight this Idris around Jericho, that's still something they have to add to the game, which is going to add bugs and other problems like that. All of that, 3 to 6 months of work. Maybe 9 months of work. We already have missions that eliminate the hacked satellites around Kamaray. Yeah, but I don't think CIG would want to reuse that. They'd probably want to use like an actual attack. They kind of did that with the original Siege of Orison. The turrets would attack players if they got into those ships. You could stop, and you could stop it if you turned off the reverse IFF device. Yeah, the IFI devices. The thing is that I think that was coded for Siege of Orison. I don't think that was coded for anywhere else, because I've never seen that technology used elsewhere. So what I just described is a bunch of work. Do you want someone to work on that and not work on something else entirely? A new mission chain, a new mission giver, a new like that is someone you are taking away from their work to work on something else that's only going to be for this year or this quarter. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to wait until you have the tools where that would take less resources and thus less expensive? That is really the calculus that I think CIG is working with, which is always confusing to me because they still do these events and it's like these feel very rushed or very haphazardly put together, but they feel it's almost like they're doing it just because they know they need something to put there, and it's like you don't. Like, no one's putting a gun to your head and say do narrative events. Not even the lore guy is not even saying, yeah, do narrative events, because it's like it's not ready yet. It's not ready. Don't do it. Wait until it's better. Not gonna lie, I'd rather do that in 1.0. Yeah, like what I just described would be fine in a post 1.0 sort of situation. But again, you'd want to have practice. CIG wants to have practice. We want to practice, want to have proof of concept testing. They would want to test these systems out. So you'd want to do that before 1.0. But again, the question is, when does CIG do that? Now or later? And the calculus of what it costs and like what you're giving up, the opportunity cost of doing that seems to be fairly high, at least in my analysis, my basic analysis of it. I don't have any internal knowledge about it. So I'm assuming that's true. Feel free to confirm or deny, people watching this. Elliot, if you're watching this, confirm or deny that, because it would be helpful for people to understand why these things suck so hard. But at the same time, if that's the case, then stop fucking doing narrative events, guys. If you don't have the tech, then don't do it. I thought they learned that lesson with the Save Stanton event. Like, you don't have the tech, don't push it. Wait until you have the tech and then test it. It's much more efficient, it's better, and it's a better experience for everyone if, it's just that. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. We're gonna talk a little bit about it sucks, Elliot, the Asura story. No, I actually like Siege of Orison. I know a lot of people have been shitting on Siege of Orison, but I think the new Siege of Orison is good. The only thing that I'm sure this is also out of Elliot and his team's command is that I think the voice actors who played the Ninetales, they feel worse than the last time we had Siege. They're less flavorful. They sound tired. A lot of them don't sound good. They sound like they're reading from a script. It's either the voiceover director, maybe it's professional actors that are voiceover directors and working well, or they just kind of, it feels like they're pulling people from the dev team to voice act, which I guess, yeah, that could work if you're crunched on time, but you got actors in your team. You can use those. Everyone's cousin's still getting killed. Well, that's the thing. The CIG's actually addressed that, where they've said that they're doing, they're going to, that's part of Starkita, is that they're going to start making the context of where these like events are taking place. They will have context appropriate attire, and they also want to do wildlines which are directly related to gangs or locations that make sense. So, goddamn, we are killing that guy's cousin, and that guy's cousin is a part of the Shattered Blade. He's part of Xenothreat. He's part of the Ninetales. That boy is fucking everywhere. Like, Jesus Christ, that man has been killed by us so many different times. He's just jumping from gang to gang everywhere. And I think Sijin needs to start addressing that. It's okay if I am okay with he killed your cousin being the took an arrow to the knee of Star Citizen, because it's fucking funny. But at least have a different voice actor saying it. The took an arrow to the knee line is said by like 7 different actors or 7 different characters, mostly guards, but like they're all different actors who are doing the line. Corsairs? What are you talking about? What was the gang called again? What gang? Oh, CIG. If CIG had a dead cousins gang, I would fucking lose my mind. I would be very happy with that. Touche, CIG. The Dead Cousins is a great name for a band or for a gang. The Dusters. You talking about? Oh, there's folks. The Dusters. There's the Dusters. There's the Ninetales. Yeah, the Dusters. The Dusters is what you're talking about. All right, I'll be right back and get some water. So there's a couple things we're going to talk about when we come back. We're going to do the capsule for the monthly for the roadmap roundup, but I also want to talk a little bit about the captain's table. I'll give you a brief preview before we go, which is I've been doing the captain's table for 10 years, and quite honestly, it's an old format that needs to be retired or changed entirely. It just may not be viable as the way it's going right now, especially as everything in the game has changed since 10 years ago. So, be right back. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible.
Weapons free, y'all.
Stand by for Titanfall.
That's...
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Hello, I like money. Barcelona! Barcelona!
I love democracy.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot. Barcelona! Barcelona!
I love democracy.
Genesis?
Stop it. You're taking your fun button away. Whew. So, let's start off with the captain's table. So, I am thinking of retiring the captain's table entirely. The reality behind it is that it's been a diminishing sort of brand for a while. There's not as much interest in that sort of podcast format. And doing a weekly podcast like that is just not as viable as it was 3 years ago. There just isn't as much information that's coming out from CIG. The focus is more on gameplay, as it should be, rather than speculation or discussion. So I'm not retiring it tomorrow. I'm not retiring it in months. That we're talking about maybe next year, kind of thing. We'll continue through for the next year. But the fundamental reality is that it's not as. It takes a lot of work to get that number of people together. And I don't want it to end up being like me, Vertigo, Execute, and like Fairassault and Farrister and like 6 people rotating forever. No, that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't want to do a podcast. I will still want to do a podcast. The current idea I have is to effectively bring back Lore Citizen. So instead of Lore Citizen being, it wouldn't be live, it would be pre-recorded. But instead of Lore Citizen being exclusively about Star Citizen, it would be a general sci-fi lore podcast. The idea being I would do some like general overview with either just myself or somebody else of some Star Citizen lore or some other lore from some other game or sci-fi property. And then I would invite in content creators from other games. So like a couple of the names off the top of my head is Steffi, I think his name is. There's a lot of shorts on Halo. Oculus Obscura for 40K. That sort of thing. Like reach out to those content creators and do sort of like hey, tell me a little bit about the story. Less frequent than the weekly podcast, and more probably maybe once a month. But not doing the Captain's Table gives me a little bit more time to do that. So it'd be tighter. It would be less. It wouldn't be live. It would be more akin to. Is Legend 00 for Halo? Yeah. Bar Duel for BattleTech Mech Warrior. I think there's also Red. I think it's Red 1 or something like that. Is another one for BattleTech Microtech. BattleTech Mech Warrior. A long form talk show? Yeah, kind of. More like what a podcast is now than it was 10 years ago. Because to be honest, the Captain's Table is a relic of a different time when podcasting was different before the pandemic. The podcast format back in the day, back in 2016 when I started the Captain's Table, was live, and especially in gaming, it was centered around usually 2 to 4 people together talking about a game. They were usually doing it live on Twitch or YouTube Live wasn't really that big back then, but usually live on Twitch. And then they were bringing that recording and they put it up on YouTube and they put it into podcast formats. But over time, podcasting has changed from being the sort of live format on Twitch in terms of what I'm used to being more pre-recorded, more akin to a radio broadcast, but with more editing and that sort of thing, more control. Yeah, it was originally a roundtable discussion, but it wasn't just Star Citizen. It was a lot of games and a game general game podcasts were like that. For instance, today, the vast majority of the podcasts that I listen to and I watch are podcasts that are done between 2 to 3 people, and they've chosen their own topics, and they have a rotating group of topics that each of the person will talk about for that podcast. So there may be a theme, but they usually pick certain topics and they talk about it during that podcast, and they'll kind of have a conversation about that topic, but there's usually a presenter and then there's a reactor. And it's not really a rotation. They might bring in a special guest star every so often, but they always keep those same groups of people. So, this is an idea that I had for I had this about a year ago, doing something like this, because if I was going to bring back the Lore Citizen, I wanted to do something that was more broad than just Star Citizen. And one of the things that I like is that I follow a lot of the people who do lore for other games. That's what inspired me to do it in the first place. And there's a similar podcast that's done specifically about grimdark games or grimdark universes called the Acceptable Losses podcast. It's done by 2 people who were part of the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast. And they often bring in people from other content creators to talk about specific games. like BattleTech or Dead Space or Halo or like that kind of thing. Like they bring in people to bring in like more of the grim, dark aspects of these universes or them themselves. So this is how Star Citizen dies, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Guys, do you want me to tell you how many people watched the last, I'll tell you right now, who watched the last Captain's Table in terms of like the pre-recorded? So the last one was released 3 days ago. All right. So I released it on Monday. 621 people watched it. About that same number of people listened to it on a podcast format. And probably about that many people watched it. So a total of less than 2,000 people watched it. Now I'm not saying it's bad numbers. For some folks, that's great numbers. But to give you the context, July 6th, 2,000 people watched the Captain's Table. And like, I didn't go under 1,000 until the call-in show from April 6th. And so basically from when I started the Captain's Table podcast, like its own dedicated channel, it had been slowly growing and it dipped a little bit here and there. Like it dipped in March. But like these dips were significant. And then it started building up again. And then we hit July, and July just hits a sputter. And then to August, sputtering. And it would be one thing if there's not a lot of views, but there's a lot of comments, but the comments have dropped off. The ratings have dropped off in general. It's just not the format that people are interested in. So it's the caller's fault. No, it's my fault as well. Yeah, that's the other problem, is that the Captain's Table is heavily dependent on who's on. Some people just will not watch or listen to a Captain's Table if Vertigo's on or if Axis is on. Like just people just do not watch if certain people are on, or they will watch it if certain people go, come on. But like, that's the thing. Like, that's just generally the reality, is that some people are picky about what they see, what they watch. And because CIG is less talking less about the future and more focusing on the present, it becomes more focusing on the present. And what does focusing on the present do? It leads to some pretty grim and pretty depressing conversations at some points in the Star Citizen universe. So the reality is that I either need to change the format of the Captain's Table to have a consistent rotation with some guests and limit the number, because I cannot keep up with CIG's weekly format doesn't work. Or I retire it and I focus on something else. Following the same trend as Star Citizen, lows in the summer, highs in the spring. Generally speaking, and the fall. Generally speaking, yes. The issue is that these swings haven't happened before. For as long as I've done the Captain's Table, when it was on the Astropub channel, it would basically build up to a steady viewpoint, and then it would stay at that viewpoint, and then it might go up a little bit and then dip down a little bit. But it would always maintain, it was basically like a constant upward momentum. Every so often, one episode would dip suddenly, but then usually it would pop back up the next episode. This is not a steady growth. This is spurts. This is just roller coaster. It's up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down for the entirety of the stream. And it's hard to justify the time and the effort. There's not enough good content week to week for the format, basically. Which is one of the reasons why I wanted, I'm talking about this right now, is that something has to change. And one of the things that I've realized is that I'm far more known and far more well-liked for my astrohistorian series. And that feels like the natural, I should focus on that rather than trying to chase any other trends or do things that are cool or like do things that I think are cool. Because that's a lot of effort for not a lot of return. But with Squadron 42 around the corner, now is the time to do more shows with no information on Squadron. We don't know anything about Squadron. You could expand the captain's table to cover more beyond just Star Citizen, but that wouldn't solve the solution with some guest bringing or driving off from viewership. Exactly. When was the last time you had someone newer to Star Citizen in the captain's table, like a year or two, new to the game? Recent. Citizen Deedsy. I think he started like last year. He was on in July. I think it was actually on the sandbox ones, like the very end of July. Office hours is my favorite thing to for you do. I went from who's this dancing weirdo to is it Thursday yet? This format works because it's just me talking with you. Captain's Table introduced me to a lot of new streamers over the years. I think the capsule format works. What I really need to do is start adapting the capsule format to be more of a like 2 or 3 topics for a capsule per episode, some of which are directly news and other things that are more speculation or my thoughts on something specifically. And add more footage and stuff like that. We use something like an annual roundtable. I could. The captain's table could also end up becoming an annual thing rather than a regular thing, because I still want to do the 24-hour live stream that I do with all these different content creators coming in and talking about the game. But again, like I said, I'm not planning on changing the captain's table format or the captain's table anytime soon. But I mean like within the next couple of months. This is more of a, we reach the end of this year, we see how things are going, and if things are just kind of bad, November, December, if it's still sort of like I'm still looking at these numbers and going, this is just not sustainable, I just can't keep doing this, I'll make an announcement and sort of retire it. Either retire it or change it. So quarterly or monthly would be best. It would still be on people's minds. Possibly, yeah. But then it would have to be a lot more polished, and it would have to be with content creators that are with a very specific topic that would make sense. Wow, Paul's soon is much clearer and shorter than CIG's many uses of the term soon. Not soon, but soon TM. Yeah. You're going to do the State of Star Citizen so many times. I like doing the captain's table. One of the reasons why I like doing the captain's table is because it's fun to talk to other people about the game, and especially to talk to other content creators and bring them on and introduce them to the wider community. But as time has gone on, the community has changed. More people are interested in other content creators, and sort of captain's table sort of fallen by the wayside. It's still there, and people still watch it, especially live. But It's just not as captivating as it used to be, and it's a relic of an older time of how podcasts were done. I wasn't the only one. There's plenty of other podcasts that have gone by the wayside as a result of just time marching on. I think I'm the last holdout of most of these groups. Because like, other than Answer the Call, and I'm not sure, I haven't watched Answer the Call recently. Is Answer the Call still going on? I still love the Captain's Table, but I'm going to be honest, I'm heads down in the game actually playing. Yeah. Inforunners, we at the Inforunners don't really do weekly podcasts as much as we just do topic videos. Every Sunday. Okay. I still love your content in the gym, out and about. I just want to let you know that I respect you and love the content. Thank you, Bullis. No, I mean the I honestly think, and this is a question for all of you as well. If I did less Captain's Table, but I ended up doing more Astro Historian, would you be okay with that? Because I think a lot of folks would rather watch a 20 to 40 minute Astro Historian video than listen to an hour and a half podcast with me and 3 people. Now, that's not saying I can do more Astro Historian videos every week, but it would mean that I could probably do 2 Astro Historian videos a month, or 2 to 3, rather than just once a month. Captain's Table is better than my own? Okay, well, Raptor Man, tell me why you think that is. I do want to hear that. Static Astro Historian becomes dynamic Astro Historian. And just more that it would, because the time and effort it takes me to pull people together to talk about topics, to schedule them, to sit down, like, because every Saturday I spend about 4 hours, I would say 4 to 6 hours, because it's the episodes are probably more like 8 hours. On average, I would say 8 hours a week on the Captain's Table, which could be used for writing, recording, editing videos. That could be about 1 to close to 1 video for the Astro Historian. I usually miss the Captain's Table because I'm at work, but usually listen to it on YouTube after it's posted. I like the long form format when I'm working. Yeah, I think that's what I've heard a lot of people who watch the Captain's Table or listen to the Captain's Table. They like it because it's like an hour to an hour and a half long, so it's a long period of time where they can listen to while they're at work. I enjoy you getting live people together and discussing the current events rather than canned video content most others do. Okay. Thank you for getting that feedback to Raptor. That's what I'm looking for. That's the reason why I'm bringing this up, is because, like, looking at the numbers, it's like, is there something wrong? I think that the answer I know right now is Star Citizen. It's just because even my last Star Citizen lore video is like half of what other videos are. Now the topic itself isn't a ship. It's not going to get as much attention, but it was also, and I'd release it after like a drought of content. But it was also like, in the middle of the doldrums. I think monthly would be good first step tweak. I found you via your podcast, and I've tried to make the point to listen to every Saturday, or to listen to on my way to work by Spotify. Okay. I love the longer format. I spend a lot of time on my feet working in the lab, so less I have to take off my PPE to change videos, the better. I think it might be better for your channel to spread out to other sci-fi universes too. You said you did best video for Titanfall, right? Yeah, no, I'm planning on doing that. especially since I know Star Citizen can't fill everything all the time. I think all of Star Citizen content is down right now. Lots of people just tuned out or just are just upset with the state of the game, so have drifted away over the summer. That's normal for summers, not just for Star Citizen, but for games in general. Usually things are down a little bit. I've actually been enjoying the pre-show more than the captain's table. That where you hang out and talk and I play the game. That's kind of what I do. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of burnt out on Star Citizen. I'm not really a combat guy, and CAG seems to push the combat side of things. I just want to haul cargo, and I can't seem to keep the elevators working. Yeah. Everyone's too busy touching grass when the weather's nice. Yeah. I think it also depends on which content creators and guests you have on. Some perform significantly better than others. I know it takes a lot of effort for you to pull everything together. Much love. Thank you. Yeah, I think the format, which I might start changing in September, is a monthly show, probably a monthly show. Because if I do a monthly show, I can schedule it ahead of time by grabbing people like Space Tomato.
You can take away my space.
I can grab people like Zero State a lot easier by doing that. And I can get topics which are more thought out, and I can get out points and that kind of stuff.
Ever take away my space game.
Thank you so much for becoming a VIP there, Grisman. You're very important, public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Y'all heard that, right? Or did I mute that and you couldn't hear it? All right. So thank you for giving me some feedback. It's good to hear. Good to know these sorts of things. I'm going to now mute everything so you can't hear. Okay. Pull up everything properly. It's time for a capsule. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for a capsule? Does it sound like you for now you should keep the captain's table format as it is and try to expanding other sci-fi contents? Well, no, I think the captain's table is fine as a monthly content if I can there's just the problem with the ebbs and flow. The problem is the ebbs and flows. If I do Star Citizen content and then I do other games content, say I do No Man's Sky and I do Starfield and I do Eve and Elite and all of the other space games or science fiction, do some cyberpunk, some 40K. If I do stuff like that, the people only show up for the game that they're interested in. And that doesn't really work on a week-to-week basis. That just has the same problem where people will only watch if it's the game they care about. Oh, hello. Welcome to another office hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is a small section of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/@theastropub live. Of course, I'm getting rated while I'm doing this, so hold on. I will say hello. Thank you, Zero State, for that. You came at the right time, right when I was recording. So thank you. Welcome. This is a small segment of my office hours live stream where I talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. And we got some big news. A big capsule for some big news because the roadmap roundup is here. And the roadmap roundup is hitting the hype engines. We are at the end of the doldrums. But before I get too ahead of myself, let's take a look at the roadmap roundup itself. So, notable changes for August 12th, 2026. Release view. Alpha 411. Nix 1. Nix 1 is a coreless planet that orbits closest to the sun in the Nix system. Once considered impossible to terraform, Nix 1 has undergone a drastic transformation thanks to new experimental technology developed by Genesis Terraforming, and now features a robust ecosphere capable of supporting a wide diversity of life. This card has been set to tentative. So Nix 1 is coming out in 411, tentatively, which is September. Starchitect Mission Pack, implementing new sandbox missions across sprawling planetary locations designed to keep players planetside for longer with a focus on more localized objectives. This card has been set to tentative. We do know that Will Haynes talked on 10 Pound 42 stream, answered some questions, and I think in chat, but his answers were things like Starchitect, the Starchitect system that they're going to be using for Nix 1 is completely new assets for Nix. It's unique to Nix, which means that these mission packs are also likely going to be unique to Nix. So, Genesis Planetech version 5. Implementing Planetech V5, a complete rework of how planets are built, populated, and reordered, introducing emergent biomes driven by realistic physical properties and scattering plants and rocks according to their natural behavior. Reworking terrain shading across materials like sand, dirt, rock, and snow, and moving generation and spawning to the GPU to support denser environments with improved rendering performance. Now, this is only going to be on Nix 1. This is not going to be implemented on the rest of the planets that we know of as of yet. There's been no mentioning of Genesis, of Planetech V5 specifically outside of Nix 1. Genesis Starchitect. Implementing Starchitect, a new procedural world-building system that automatically scatters sectors, clusters, and locations across planetary bodies while constructing locations from modular tiles, using Genesis data to identify suitable placement for game objects. Starchitect introduces a new workflow for populating planets and building large-scale locations across an expanding universe. This card has been set to tentative. Now, for those of you who haven't seen the Starchitect being used or being demoed in previous Citizen Cons, I would say go look at that presentation, Citizen Con. It's a fantastic one. But the TLDR, the gist of Starchitect is that every single location in game now is hand placed by developers. They may use reusable like tiles or reusable assets, but Starchitect automatically generates these locations based off of location, lots of different factors. It's sort of an algorithm to populate a planet. Then people come in and actually, change those around, but it'll give a regular radius. Like if you have a big settlement here, you want to have small security outposts around the outside. So you'll have small security outposts ringing a larger central like town or settlement of some kind. Those are the sorts of things they've used for as an example. So it's a procedural tool for them to allow for creating faster and more locations, because it takes some time to hand build it. They can just press a button and get dozens, if not hundreds of locations on one planet. Yes, Will Hines always revealed he was on who he was on Reddit. Oh, okay. Interesting. Genesis Population Manager. Implementing the Population Manager tech. Its primary goal is to load balance the server population and create inhabitants appropriate to their local environment while enabling more complex interactions between agents focused on dynamic context. The TLDR with this one is, how many of you have been to Hathor and Daymar and been like, damn, those Ninetails can sure face tank vacuum so much better than the rest of us. The rest of us would die in seconds if we had our helmets on, and they're out here in t-shirts and jeans shooting you with a pistol. They just built different. They just build them different in Ninetails. This solves that problem. You no longer will have random people in butt naked in elements that shouldn't be there to help fix that. So that's at least the idea behind it. And to give those people in those locations the appropriate, not just attire, but the appropriate uniforms. So that kind of stuff. Starkitect POIs. Implementing new ground locations owned by various factions, offering a variety of procedurally generated combinations of building compositions. These will support a wide variety of mission archetypes and gameplay tools. The card has been set to tentative. So effectively, we're getting Genesis and Starkitect, and the first real use of Genesis and Starkitect is going to be on Nyx 1, and with a mission path that they've developed for Nyx 1. Heavy combat armor. Implementing a heavy combat armor in the persistent universe. This card has been set to tentative. Let me see if I can pull up that. There was a picture on Spectrum for it. I'm just going to download that. Here we go. There's the heavy armor. Now, this is a little different from what we've seen in the past, but it is very similar to other heavy armors that already exist, like the Testudo armor, I think, is very similar to this, but this is just another combat heavy armor. Now, you might say, well, this looks bland, and I'm guessing it's because it's probably in gray box. It's probably not finished yet, but this is sort of an early version, though it could just be gray armor. Who knows? Implementing heavy armor in the persistent universe. So just a heavy combat armor. Character customizer update brows. Implementing 3 new eyebrow styles. I'll download this as well. We actually have a range. So we've got some new eyebrow style. We got thick boy. We've got thin. Do we have mono yet? We do not have mono. We have none and shaved and all that kind of stuff. So Kastak Arms Verdict MLG. LMG. All right. Implementing Kastak Arms Verdict LMG, a medium-range weapon that builds up heat through sustained fire before unleashing a devastated superheated plasma projectiles with its alternative fire mode. So it is a plasma LMG similar to the sort of Volt Weapons LMG that does something similar, but instead of an arc, it has just sort of a big bolt. This is what it looks like. The Verdict. We did some comparisons on stream. This Verdict is effectively a Karna. It is a Karna that has been modified. This back section is exactly like a Karna, but it's, as people we've dubbed it in stream, the long Karna. So it's a long Karna with plasma. So And I will be doing a Kastak Arms lore video because I love Kastak Arms, and the old Kastak Arms video I did, I need to kind of update it. So, all right. Kastak Arms Hellion Pistol. Implementing the Hellion Plasma Pistol, a high-velocity plasma weapon that creates hazardous impact zones, allowing operators to rapidly deploy multiple area of denial across the battlefield. So I've seen people compare this to the Halo Plasma Pistol. It is not the Halo Plasma Pistol. It is a grenade launcher. It is, if you've seen the plasma grenades from Kastak Arms and you throw them, they kind of have this large sparking and arcing, and it just sort of creates a cloud of death. If someone's in it, they're going to take some damage over time. That is what it seems like they're doing. This is just a pistol that can shoot that. So instead of having to throw it, it'll shoot that effect onto a location. And this is what it looks like. It's actually probably one of the cooler weapons that CIG has developed in terms of look. It's very, I think Zach calls it a thumper or a flare gun. It's effectively like a flare gun or a thumper, but it's like a flare gun that's an offensive weapon. So what if we fire the Hellion vehicle at the Ninetales NPC? It might light them on fire. I don't know, probably not light them on fire, but it'll probably have them go, ooh, and then their cousin will die. All right. New Wicklow offerings Tiburon, adding the Aegis Tiburon with a unique base livery and upgraded components as a reward for completing the new addition to the variety of available Wicklow Emporium's contracts. There we go. Let me pull this up again because I do also want to show off the Genesis tech. This is all new images they've released with the Genesis tech. So these are all like trees and stuff like that. And grass. I'm excited because I don't think I've ever seen grass done so well in a video game before. It feels very unique for Star Citizen, especially for like the scale of Star Citizen. So we'll see how it works. I do have my own concerns about things like overdoing Starkitect. But this is good, you know? Just so you know, just so you get it, this is all tentative. None of this is 100% going to happen next patch. So we're likely going to see some of this drop out if it can't make it properly. But it's still pretty good. We're exiting the doldrums, as it were. So we're moving away from the summer slump and into the new reality of the fall with new content coming out. I'm excited for it, though I will say I know a lot of people are concerned that this will bring about another 4.8 because it is new tech, and when CIG does new tech, it tends to break, and that tends to break the game as a whole. So we'll have to wait and see. But I will say that I think the people who are hyped about this probably outnumber the concerns. We'll have to see in the future. I'm enjoying it. I'm hoping to see it going forward. I'm actually really excited about all the Kastak Arms additions, as they're all pretty cool. And the fact that they're just getting Genesis in the game is a big deal. It means that they can start implementing Genesis with other things as well, because this is Nix 1's really the test mode for it. So hopefully we'll see more planets like Nix 2 and Nix 3, and then them to start working on things like Castra, and maybe overhauling. Pyro really needs an overhaul, but Pyro and Stanton with this new tech. But it may take a while. We'll have to see. Thank you for watching. Like I say every time, as I hope to, let me know down below in the comments if what your thoughts are on any of this is. And if you did enjoy this, make sure you like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. I do this on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'd love to join us live and talk to chat. Who's going to lie to you and say this is pre-recorded? And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. It also looks like Starcloth has been kicked to 412. That is true. I'm hyped for Genesis because I am a forester, and from the previews, this may actually be the first game I can key out the plants in. Yeah, suit lockers are required. I think they're pretty good. Hey, Paul, tell me about IRL lore. What do you want to know about IRL lore? How you doing, Vertigo? By the way, I'm going to be releasing the question and answer section of that one to YouTube here tomorrow. So I'll let you know. This has been brought up, but any predictions on the upcoming new gameplay loop? Hacking? Not a clue. My initial thought is refining. Refining seems to be the easiest answer to the new gameplay loop because they're releasing the Galaxy, and the Galaxy has a refining module. So I assume if they're going to release the Galaxy, put all this time into the Galaxy, they're going to also release the refining module for it. It's the most logical. They've been talked about refining gameplay multiple times, like in the last couple of months. They talked about something about a guild, I thought. Yeah, they're adding a new guild to the game, but that could also be the guild that we see in like United Resource Workers, which I don't think has its own mission setups. So I want to understand how anything larger than 20 kilometers in diameter could be coreless, not just a hand wavy sci-fi either. So Ghostbox, let me sit you down right here and tell you this is a science fiction. If you're looking for physics, it's down the hall to the left. Emperor Tacitus. I don't know enough about Tacitus. I can look him up real quick. A wizard did it, yeah. Minovsky particles. That's how it is. That's how it happens, Ghost. Minovsky particles. Minovsky particles, protomolecule, astrophage, quantanium. Quantanium. There's your answer. Quantanium. I honestly don't know enough about science to know what a coreless world means. I don't know if that means it's a dead core, like it's not spinning, or it's like it's settled, or if it means it literally doesn't have a core. I don't imagine it literally doesn't have a core. Maybe just a rocky body is what it is. You've been reading the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Okay, let me look up Tacitus real quick. Marcus Claudius Tacitus. God, that man did not rule long. Less than a year. Oh, fuck. He's part of the 3rd century crisis. Oh, fuck. I think it's the 3rd century crisis. Yeah, the 3rd century crisis. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh. Xerxes takes inspiration from the Roman Empire. Let me give you the context. We are living through the 3rd century crisis of the UEE. For those of you who don't know what the 3rd century crisis is, it's important to understand that empires don't fall, they fade. But in the process of the fade, there's usually some big event, some sort of like punch that causes it to start cracking apart. With the Roman Empire, it was the 3rd century crisis. The shortest explanation of the 3rd century crisis was that an emperor was assassinated, and then a bunch of other emperors got assassinated. And in the process, there were invasions, migrations, peasant rebellions, political instability, like breakdowns of trade networks, a plague that hit, all within the span of 70 years. Yeah, the Goths invaded during that time period. Christians began to uprise. There were like Christian rebellions because of the repressions against the Christians at this time. They were more accepted in Roman society by this time, but they were still seen as like the fault of a lot of people. People were literally be like overthrowing the Roman emperors or the Roman rulers. The Goths, the Vandals, all of them invaded during this time. They came in during this time period because they were being chased away, and originally they came in looking for aid. And when Rome didn't send them any fucking aid because they were dealing with political assassinations and shit, they decided to go ape shit and raid everybody so they can get food to live. Yeah, from what I recall, Chris Roberts said, he says based on the UEF, the fall of Rome. That gives us a broad understanding of what will happen. Yeah. So you have I believe this is around the time period of the Anglos and the Saxons, the Angles and the Saxons invading England, or close to that time period. Definitely the Vandals and the Visigoths, or the Goths, invaded, which were sort of Germanic tribes that were pushed into Roman territory. This involved in the division of the empire into 3 different parts because of different assassinations and other things like that. Because of all of the political instability, the currency became less valuable, so people started to go back to bartering or using other things. It turns out selling the leadership of the highest bidder is not a good foundation for long-term government. I'm going to read a bit of a summary from Wikipedia. During the crisis, there were 26 claimants to the title of emperor. Mostly prominent Roman generals who assume imperial power over all or part of the empire. The same number of men became accepted by the Roman Senate as emperor during the period and became legitimate emperors. By 268, the empire had split into 3 competing states: the Gallic Empire, the Camarine Empire, which is Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, and between them, the Italian-centered Roman Empire proper. The reign of Aurelian in 2070 to 275, or 270 to 275, marked the turning point in the crisis period. Aurelian successfully reunited the empire by defeating the 2 breakaway states and carried out a series of monetary reforms which helped restore some measure of stability to the Roman economy. The crisis is said to have ended with Diocletian's final victory against Carneades in 285 and his restructuring of the Roman imperial government, economy, and military. Effectively, Rome fell. Between 235 and 270, Rome fell apart. And what we're living through in the Star Citizen universe is 235. We are at the 235 mark of the Roman Empire. With the Vandals, the Vandul, because CIG is not clever, or very clever, depending on itself, invading the empire, pushing it in. We're just waiting for an assassination of the imperator at some point. We're seeing peasant rebellions, the rise of Xenothreat, the Nine Tails attacks, political instability. We're seeing Nyx. We're also seeing Terra exercising more of its power against the UEE. Multiple usurpers competing for power. We haven't seen that quite yet, but that's in the wings. The debasement of currency with the UEC becoming less valuable. and breakdown in trade networks, blockades, and economic productivity, players being responsible for more. Things like manufacturing, yourself. Me listening to Paul describe the 3rd century crisis and looking at today's shenanigans. To give you a little bit of a better feeling, Rome, the sack of Rome, the final sack of Rome to end the Roman Empire, shouldn't really end the Roman Empire, but effectively killed it, is sometime in the 4th century AD. So 100 to 150 years after the 3rd century crisis, when Rome fell. But Rome didn't fall. The Eastern Roman Empire still existed until 1540, under what we could today call the Byzantine Empire. Now, it wasn't as strong, and it had its ebbs and flows, and by the end, it was basically dead. But it still went on for another 1,000 years after the fall of the Roman Empire. So whenever people look at the fall of the Roman Empire and they point to like modern day, or they point to stories being told about it, it's like, that's not how empires fall. Empires don't fall with flames and chaos and people on the streets and burning. That's the illusion of the fucking dick who created the concept for the Renaissance. Because to create a renaissance or a rebirth, you need a period of death. And what's the period of death? The fall of the Roman Empire. The hard question is, when did the Roman Empire fall and the Roman cosplayers begin? What's his fucking name? Charlemagne. Charlemagne would be the founder of the sort of Roman cosplaying, because adopting the title of Emperor of the Romans, which led to the creation of the Holy Roman Empire, which itself would lead to the creation of the Russian Empire, or the Tsar. Does that mean I can found space MSC then? What is MSC? The era of piracy? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Are there any large-scale migrations within the UEE because of threats? Yeah, we already seen that happen, because people evacuated Virgil and fled into Vega, and Vega has had some problems as well, because it's been invaded. So you see people moving around. To give you the context, CIG has gotten better at writing the story of Star Citizen, but the bones are still there. Sol, Earth, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, the full shebang we know as the solar system, is Rome. Old, eternal, the seat of power, but falling apart. And the Terra system, with Terra Prime and all of those other planets, I can't remember all of them. It is Byzantium, Constantinople. It is the seat of the new power in the East, close to the Eastern power that we know as the Xi'an, which are heavily based off the Persians and the Chinese. Oh, sorry, Escape. Biggest Dickus? We were talking about Biggest Dickus? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it there, Jada Cynic. Castra in 412 then? No, I wouldn't think we're probably going to get Castra in 413 or 414 next year. because they still have Nyx 2 and Nyx 3 to make. We could see Nyx 2 and Nyx 3 in 412, but I doubt it, because 412 is IAE. So I think we're more likely to see Starcloth and like armor and then item system that they've been working on. That's probably going to be the main focus of 412 than it is new locations. See, I wasn't gonna give him the response, Shadow Stalker. This may be a dumb question, but I always thought Terra was just another name for Earth. It is. In the Star Citizen universe, however, it's called Terra Nova, which is New Earth. So in the universe of Star Citizen, we have Earth and we have Terra. And it is a little confusing because people do see and often hear Terra in science fiction terms to describe Earth itself, because it's easier to say Terra as Earth and then say, oh yeah, on this Earth we whatever, kind of stuff. So they're two separate planets. Terra is a system and a planet. Terra Nova, I believe, is the star system, and Terra, the planet, is the planet. You've got Terra Nova, and the main planet of it is Terra. Astronomers call it Terra, but you wouldn't call the system Terra, you would call the system Sol, because it's the solar system. And if you notice what CIG is using within in-universe terminology, they don't call it Earth, they call it Sol. They're constantly calling it Sol. They're saying Terra and Sol. They're using it as a system concept rather than a planet concept. Because it really isn't just Earth. It's Earth and Mars and Luna and Jupiter and the moons of Jupiter. All of that is part of a system that existed well before the discovery of the first jump point and will probably exist well after that. And Terra, the system, is similar. The planet is important, but all of the other parts of the Terra system keeps the planet of Terra running. It should be called Sol, like Sol, S-O-U-L, but CIG seems to be pronouncing it as Sol, as in S-A-U-L, but spelled S-O-U-S-O-L. Well, it's okay. You don't have to call him. I got that handled time. I got you. It would be better to call him. You don't have to call Sol. You're telling me there's no nine tails on Sol? Yeah, Sol doesn't have nine tails. Doesn't even have one tail. A lot of stuff that was supposed to come in 2026 that are likely to miss. Starware, Suit Lockers, Social Update, Apex Valakar, Municipal Works. I think we're likely going to get Starware and Suit Lockers in 412. We may get some social updates in 412, and maybe the Apex Valakar because they've been working on it. But I think the Apex Valakar and the Municipal Works are heavily dependent on instancing and dynamic meshing. And I don't think either of those are in any way, shape, or form ready to go. So they're probably going to delay those two until they get those working. But they don't really have to do that to do Nyx 2 and Nyx 3. I'm an astronomy nerd, and I've called it Sol with a long O, like Ol, Sol, yeah. I think by calling it Sol, because that is technically a pronunciation for it, I think that actually makes it more unique because you know what they're talking about, but I don't know of any universe that uses that pronunciation specifically. So you can sort of differentiate yourself more by leaning into the weird, like, AU pronunciation of soul, of Saul. And thanks, Valakar would be a great threat to capital ships because it throws rocks better than us monkeys. Have you gotten the new monthly bundle yet? Nope, I do not plan on getting the new monthly bundle. If I do get it, it'll be for like a giveaway if I can give it away, but I do not plan on getting it myself. We've been saying soul and Saul so much, I can't tell which way I would say it anymore. I know I would say soul. I would always say soul because it's the solar system, not the solar system. Its soul is a abbreviation of solar, and solar system is our solar system or our sun. I always thought of pronouncing it as Saul was more of an accent thing. It might be, but they're getting actors with American accents to say Saul rather than soul. And the only people I've ever heard say Saul are more like British actors, not Americans. Paul, you also know that putting a door on the front of a tank is dumber than shit. Yes, it's dumb as shit. I know it's stupid. Somebody's complaining that the monthly bundle super heavy armor is apparently not as good as the one you can get in game. If that is their gripe, that's a wild gripe. The more I think about it. But at first I thought it was just a mistake, but it's been said multiple times by I think at least 2 different people in the Star Citizen universe. They call it Saul in different accents. So I'm beginning to believe it's intentional. It's an intentional choice by their narrative team to differentiate, because it is very easy to go Saul and Terra, right? Those sound different. But if you said Soul and Terra, people would be like, you just say solar system twice? You know? But the same folks that designed Nyx and tried to keep the backstory. I have a theory. I have a new theory as to why they're doing this, what they're doing in Nyx. They had the assets completed for Levski and Delamar probably months, if not a year, in some stage of completion. Before they released Pyro. So they released Pyro, and then they had Levski close to being finished. So which means that Levski had been worked on before Pyro was ever released. So they had those assets done. And we know that they stole a bunch of assets from the Pyro station deck and kind of created new stations for Levski for Nyx using Levski as a base. So they had built out this aesthetic that they were going to use for, and these assets that were used for Nyx. And then in the middle of them working on it, they got Genesis done faster than they thought. And Chris was like, let's put Genesis in with Nyx. Instead of doing Nyx 1, 2, and 3 with the old tech and then doing Casper with the new tech, let's do the new system, this new system that we have. We'll just delay the release of the planets and we'll just focus on doing the Genesis system for them. The problem is that when you do that, you're also adding a now habitable planet to the system that you've already built out all the assets for and we're already writing the stories for. So what do? You fucking improvise. You go, what the fuck are we going to do? And I'm not saying they took my idea, but I am saying that I basically gave them explained the idea of it being a recent thing and maybe being an experimental thing that was being done like 2 weeks before that started to be mentioned by CIG's writing team. I'm not saying they listened to me and were taking my ideas. I'm just saying that clearly they had that was already being a narrative that they were trying to figure out themselves. Because if they had known that beforehand, they would have said something. But they didn't say shit until after the community started asking questions about it and then started using the same logic. So the point being, they're effectively running with, they do not want to change the backstory of Nyx because they'd have to change the assets for Nyx. They had already started working on things like Rockbreaker and Levski and the tactical strike groups and the Vandal smuggling mission. And none of those things would make any goddamn sense if there was a terraformed world there. So they had to make it terraformable. Well, I don't know why they didn't just change it to being a Cord world, but maybe there's going to be some element that they'll talk about. I still have more physics questions on creating a magnetic shield for Nyx 1. So the atmosphere wouldn't be stripped away, but I think I'm the only physics geek here. Well, I think the answer is probably science fiction. It's probably the only way I can imagine, because they've said coreless world multiple fucking times, which means that there is no magnetic sphere, and they're not stupid. They know that that means there's no magnetic sphere. They could have retconned that. They could have changed that. They still haven't, which tells me that that's intentional, and it's probably going to be a story point where whatever the Genesis system is, it also creates a magnetic field somehow. It could be a derivative of technology being used to create Synth World, which is basically the same idea of building a world from scratch, which wouldn't have a core because you're just dragging a bunch of rocks together and smashing them together to try to create a planet. There's probably some technology they developed to create artificial magnetic fields of some kind. So, but Mars still has a metal core. It's just dead. Nyx 1 doesn't have a core at all. It's just rocks. There is no metallic core at the center. Oh, I liked the party. Did we talk about the opt-out for Twitch AI content generation? No, we did not talk about that, but I did mention on my Discord, I have opted out. As far as I know, with the AI content generation thing, it is based off the channel. So if you're watching me right now and writing in my chat, you shouldn't be scraped by CIG, by Twitch and by Amazon, but they also said going forward. So they definitely already scraped your chats and my videos for their own purposes. Paul, with advances in medical tech in the Star Citizen universe, does the UE have genetically modified super soldiers, like something along the lines of Spartans and Halo? Not that we know of, but they've come very fucking close to saying that the Marines are somehow modified. Because especially certain the 6th platoon are stuffs of legend, they could be modified in some way, shape, or form. But we don't know. There is no hard evidence of it. We do know that there are hard regulations on things like genetic modifications for specific things. But there is a lot of genetic modification that's done, especially for eradicating things like cancer and that sort of stuff. Oh, I didn't realize Mars still had metal core. You theoretically spin the planet back up to produce a magnetic field. Yeah, but that would be an insane amount of power generation. That would require a technology that doesn't exist and amount of power to do so that I don't think we have the ability to utilize yet. Clan Messer, yes. Plus, if you disable it, but they later re-enable it magically, has scrapped all the content from the time it was off. Huh, yeah. The what if Nix 1 terraformation is unstable and doesn't take, and we see biomes collapse over several patches. That could also be the case, because we could see CIG is simply using this as a test, and then the Genesis system will fail, and as a result, Nix 1 will go back to being a dead world before 1.0, but we don't know. I don't think CIG would do that, only because they tend to not want to put a bunch of effort and time into creating something like a Nix 1 and then destroy it. They want to keep that asset around. Oh yeah, yeah. If you want to prevent AI from scraping things, swear like a sailor. Doesn't always work, but a lot of the AI safeguards specifically avoid swearing. Fuck yeah. Maybe they have a plan. I'm just curious. No, I am too. Like, I'm of the opinion that, like, I want to know more information. But if CIG just went, shut the fuck up, it's part of the story, I'd be like, all right, cool. Let me learn. But they haven't said anything. I'd love for them to be like, shut up. Play the game. You'll find out. I'd be like, yeah, down. I'm cool for more shit to find in the game. Because it'd be cool to wander into a terraforming station and learn more about the processes that Genesis is, and like, oh, baby, there is a magnetic core that is artificially created and bored into the center of the planet and then covered up, and that artificial core maybe has some weird things that creates cool, weird weather effects, like crazy magnetic storms or shit like that. Who gives a shit? Yes, CIG hates destroying things. Look how long All-Star hung around. It did hang around for a long fucking time, honestly. It took them a long time before they replaced it. It basically required the release of Orison for them to finally change the station. Which was, like I said, it lasted almost as long as, like the same patch that Levski was removed when Orison was removed. Yeah, I'm giving Ibrahim Sphere a pass. It's just wacky space magic. It's all from somewhere or another. Well, that's the thing. Humans are really fucking good at terraform. Like, we are surprisingly good at terraform. We are possibly better than the Gianna terraform. Because, like, people have asked, like, all these other alien species are good at something. What are humans good at? We're fucking good at terraform. Holy shit, we're good at terraform. We have terraformed so many fucking worlds. We've done some crazy shit with terraforming. Do the Orison thing quick? What do you mean? Come, visit Orison, the city in the clouds. Now, Orison's a naturally habitable planet. The upper atmosphere is, at least. We're really good at thinking, firing first and thinking later, nearly creating intergalactic wars when we make first contact. That is true. But to give you context, Dibbly, that means that we have terraforming technology which is easily accessible for a company. In this case, it's something like, let's just say, I think a good example of this, like a very big construction company, but it's still a privately owned company. So it's like the biggest construction company. If you gave the ability to change an entire planet's atmosphere and composition to a local construction company, that's the kind of portable technology we have. It still takes a decade to do, but we've gotten it better at it as we've continued. So would we put humans somewhere between 1 and 2 in the Kardashev scale? Yeah, probably something like that. We're trying to build our own artificial planet, which would be similar to Dyson spheres, only we just build our own planets from scratch. We're still failing at it, but we're still doing it. I learned that from you, good sir. Yes, you did. You're right. Thank you. But that's the way of like putting the context of like private corporations have the ability to completely remake a planet from scratch. They have the technological and economic ability to do so. That it's so common that large corporations can do it. It's not like mom and pop organizations, but like the biggest construction company in your state or your nation would really have the equivalent of completely terraforming a planet. That is an insane idea. That is technology that is wild as fuck. In just in a decade, not even a few decades, we've gotten it down to with the Genesis program, it took 2 years. They terraformed an entire coreless world in 2 years, which had elements of like smog worlds. It was a partial smog world. The Genesis terraforming company is fucking insanely talented. And nobody noticed? No, they noticed. It's just they couldn't do anything. That's cool as shit, Victoria. Thank you. I would get that in an instant if I had the ability to print that off properly. UE couldn't stop it because A, it was outside of UE space, and 2, they wanted to see how it turned out. Also, the People's Alliance didn't have the ability to stop it because they didn't have the power to. And the People's Alliance is not a dictatorial regime. It is a open democracy. So if there's anybody in the People's Alliance that are like absolutely not, then they wouldn't. It was a terraforming consequence that started the downfall of the Mezzers. Yes, which is why terraforming became more of a hesitant occupation post-Mezzer era, but we were still really good at it. It was easy. We just flipped the Vandal Harvest from suck to blow. Star Citizen corporations seem to be their own governments with their own militaries. Scary. Yep. That is intentional. Because that's the kind of shit that causes the downfall of empires, baby. Rule Britannia and all that, but the East India Trading Company was its own company with its own military. It was basically its own nation that technically answered to the British, but only technically. Not to mention the latifundias of Rome, similar thing happened. Got a little bit too much power there, didn't you? Basically the corporations of Rome. I think something similar happened to the Chinese, so like the Han had something similar happen. What you the lore guy? Have they retconned the QT drives being slower than light? We mean like now they are faster than light? They function as faster than light drives? No, they haven't changed the quantum speed yet. Or are you talking about how like they're now, because they were always supposed to be slower than light. They're always supposed to reach up to, I think, 0.8 C. I want to say maybe less, like 0.2 C. Like 20% the speed of light. They're supposed to go pretty fast, but they're not supposed to go faster than light. Now, the size 2 and size 3s are faster than light, but you also got to remember that the distances in Star Citizen are scaled. The planets are scaled smaller, and the distances themselves are also scaled because time is condensed. So if you look at the timing, you can actually do this if you do the R_ display info, I think like 3 or 4. It'll actually show you the server time and the verse time. And you'll see that the verse time is well ahead of the time we're supposed to be right now because they accelerate the time in verse. 0.2 C, thank you. So, in theory, it should go faster than light, but because of the scaling and the time crunch, it's probably not going faster than light, at least in the scale that it's in. Though the reality is that it's they're likely just not going to change the lore until they have a good solid background on what the speeds they want to be are at. They generally wanted to the idea that you couldn't travel to the next star system with your quantum drives. So when does the scale go away? It may never go away. Though I think Will did say that they've been thinking about trying to get 1-to-1, but they're not close to that yet because there's some technical limitations. Trying to earn some AUEC for the next patch, and a goddamn Cuddy Cop is pole dancing on my goddamn refuel boom. You want to put on a show, Iris. You gotta tip it. Stick some UEC in its G-string, and maybe it'll go away. Yeah, it's also a scupper drive. It is a warp drive. It does warp space and time around you, so you can technically go faster. Yeah, that sounds like cop behavior. Wait, I thought after Jar's content was Saturday. I really got to get this fucking video out on the UEE will fall. You got to give it a spank on the nacelles and a wink for luck. Why no quantum torps? I'm sure that's a technology that they'll introduce, but the main reason why you don't see quantum capable torpedoes is because quantum capable torpedoes would be extremely expensive. Like, let's look up the cost of a size 1 quantum drive. I'm gonna go size 1 class. Let's go with military class. Okay, so size 1. Let's just go with the cheapest military drive, which is a size, or like choose a drift. That's a stealth. The beacon quantum drive, right? So a beacon. So a beacon is... This seems to be right. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's not sold. Okay. That's not a good one. Let's use a different answer, a different one. Size 1, class military. Let's do military D. Let's do Siren. So the Siren is also not sold? Huh. Civilian D, maybe. The Flood. Trying to find a good Okay, so you can buy a Flood quantum drive for 10,500 UEC. All right. So this is a civilian low-grade quantum drive for 10K. Let me look up what's a size 9 torpedo? Okay, so we've got the Veritas torpedo. The Veritas torpedo costs about $30,785. That's or UEC. So that is a size 10 torpedo. So if you were to attach a quantum drive to that torpedo, you are looking at an increase of a third of the price just to add a quantum drive. Minimum. Probably more like 60% of the price or whatever, the 30 or 66% of the price. Probably add an additional 10K for the whole process. So you're probably you're probably doubling the price of the torpedo. So could they do that? Possibly, because you also have to add a navigation system, which we don't know the price of. But imagine an automated navigation system is a lot more complicated than a human navigation system. Plus AI is banned, so you can't use anything that would be like an AI system. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see it in the verse eventually. But the cost of firing a quantum-capable torpedo is probably more expensive than just buying a ship that has a torpedo attached to it. So it's like, could it happen? It probably does exist in the lore, but there probably aren't many of them because they're probably very expensive to maintain and use. And for like an ICBM, like something like that could like maybe travel across planets. At that point, again, you're probably looking at a scale of such a huge, plus the warhead of itself, that you just use a ship. A ship carrying a relatively cheaper, dumber torpedo with a similar warhead will probably be more effective and cheaper. As all things, the trade-off is it depends. Well, one of my biggest things that I've heard people talk about this in the past, where it's like it makes no sense to dogfight in the universe in the future, 900 years in the future. It makes no sense that we're dogfighting. And ironically, I think CIG actually has a good reason for why dogfighting would exist. right now we have beyond the horizon capabilities. We can fire a missile before we even see another plane and destroy that plane before it even gets close enough to know you're there. But how do we do that? Complex guidance systems with static navigation systems. And we also can, basically that missile can track a target, and it becomes more difficult for that target to change directions and avoid the missile, because it'll eventually see the missile as it's coming in, hopefully if it has decent systems or if it has decent ground-based systems to back it up. But generally speaking, it has to obey the laws of physics. Right? A plane can't just stop and then go straight down. It's not how it works. It can't just maneuver in a position because the pilot would die. But also because the plane itself just can't physically do that. However, in the universe of Star Citizen, it takes you like less than a minute to spool up a quantum drive and then jump. Firing a missile at beyond visual range to hit a target that can see your missile coming in, spin up a quantum drive, and then just fuck off, like anywhere in any direction, means you cannot attack a target at long distance unless the missile and the ship are both stealth, and the missile's not going to be stealth. You can. It's called a crash. Typically, you don't want to crash in planes. So like in reality, quantum travel changes the fucking game, where you cannot use any of those tricks that you would normally use, even in like the proposed space combat, where you're like firing something from beyond a planetary body and trying to hit a target where it's going to be rather than where it is. That concept doesn't work when you can blink out of existence and blink back into another location effectively in a matter of moments. You have to get in close to target your target. And we know that quantum snares and quantum dampeners work within a range, so you have to get close to your target to disable them in the first place. So, intentionally or unintentionally, it does make sense that there's dogfighting in the Star Citizen universe, because AI is banned and quantum changes how you function, because you can just jump away from long-range targets, so you have to be up close, very close to attack your target if you want to confirm a kill. No, I think I put in more thought than CIG did on that target, but I don't know. Maybe Chris has thought about that. What are your thoughts on going into deep sleep for deep space exploration, like the movie Aliens, or like Project Hail Mary? They use the similar system. It's I think NASA calls it torpor, where it's basically a induced coma to reduce your oxygen usage and your resources usage. It's a cool idea. I don't think CIG and Star Citizen needs it, but there are other science fiction universes that make sense. Not like cryo freeze like you usually see, but yeah. Could the quantum snare an entire planet or just lots of satellites? The quantum snares don't really like lasso anything. They just dampen those. So like a satellite wouldn't care if you had activated a quantum snare around it, because it doesn't have a quantum drive. It just prevents quantum travel from happening. Quantum dampener stealth torpedo, the entire UEE budget in one shot. Yeah. Ooh, is that Halo Nova Bomb? I'm gonna think of something else. I'm gonna think of something else. Destiny? Okay. Andromeda? Okay. So apparently 2. Number 1 is also Halo. It's a popular name. We need a new stealth program. The Gladiator could use some updates. I wonder how drone gameplay is supposed to factor into that. Well, drone gameplay is also connected to, right now it's connected to base building, so we'll have to wait until see when that's done for that. This is surprisingly new in Halo canon. It was basically fielded right around the fall of Reach. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the Nova bomb was used only once, and it could blow up an entire planet, but it was sort of a last-ditch Hail Mary and was done right before the end of the war. So... there's supposed to be a Halo module, a habitation and logistics outpost on the now canceled Lunar Gateway space station. That makes sense. I understand why they canceled the space station with the current limitations of Artemis, but it sort of sucks. I also understand that a lot of the reasons why the space station was canceled is because NASA has got fuck tons of infighting, where there are people who are station people, and there are people who are like landing people, and then there are the people who are the automated systems people sending out like probes and stuff like that. And they're all fighting each other for money. Especially the manned space program between the station and like ground based, like going back to the moon sort of thing, going to Mars and back to the moon. Ooh. Yeah, Fishy is right. There is a AI's banned in the Star Citizen universe. And before the UE has us riding antimatter torps into target like the end of Doctor Strangelove. All right, it's past 11 o'clock here. I've been streaming for 4 hours. We had a good conversation. We talked a lot about Star Citizen for once. Specifically about the new content and all that kind of stuff that's come out with 4.11. I do look forward to talking more to you about all this sorts of stuff tomorrow and Saturday. Saturday, we've got Ferrister, we've got Darge, and we've got Axis. We'll be talking about, is story important in Star Citizen? We're going to take a hard look at, does Star Citizen even need a story? After all, it is an MMO. MMOs aren't normally known for their stories. Does Star Citizen need a story? If it does need a story, or if it should have a story, what should that story be? How should CIG present it? What is the importance of story in Star Citizen, if there is any? I was kind of hoping the AI ban thing led to us going up against an AI enemy. I think it's possible. I just think it's just a matter of time for it. So check that out. I'll be doing, probably playing Helldivers 2 with Loken tomorrow, unless there's something crazy going on in Star Citizen. And then on Sunday, we'll probably be doing a lore expedition. I haven't checked to see if lore is doing an expedition, and then on Monday, we'll be doing a 0 to Hero. Though, honestly, I may delay or cancel that Monday stream because it's the day before my first day of school, going back to school. So may want to just not stream that day so I can rest up a little bit. But I do want to get the next episode of the Astro Historian stuff out. I think I'm going to delay the Aegis Dynamics, Complete History of the Aegis Dynamics, to release a little bit later, and I think I'm going to focus on a Kastak Arms look, but I'm definitely going to get the UEE Will Fall stuff done. So, all right, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Odds on next week of starting our PTU